Swan Meeting Procedures Local Law 2019 will be required to immediately leave the premises. Attendance and apologies. Any leave of absence, Mr CEO?
Mr Mayor, we do have a leave of absence, but it will be dealt with under item 11 of the agenda.
Okay, apologies?
I have no apologies listed.
None. Declarations of financial and proximity interest and interest affecting impartiality, other than those listed in the agenda as previously declared.
Mr Mayor, we have two further declarations of interest. The first one is from Councillor Johnson, and it's in relation to item number 413, St Jude's. It's a proximity interest, as Councillor Johnson lives opposite St Jude's. We also have a disclosure of interest for Councillor Kiley in relation to item 413, St Jude's, and that's an impartiality interest, as Councillor Kiley is an executive of the Guildford Association.
Any further declarations from either councillors or staff? Okay, 4.1 being... Which one is it? 4.1. Elvira Chalets, is that the one? Councillor Richards? That's 4.13. Okay. Okay, that takes us to item 5, which is public question time. Question and answers recorded in the minutes of the meeting may be summarised in accordance with Local Government Administration Regulations 1996. Questions and answers marked with an asterisk have been amended, either for the purpose of summarising, e.g. removing preamble statements, etc., or for editing. 5.1 is answers to questions taken on notice. Questions taken on notice at the Ordinary Council meeting held on the 17th of February 2021 from Ms Kerry Blinko and Jackie Beros are included in the agenda. 5.2, questions relating to reports on the agenda. 2.1, questions which due notice has been given. I have nil. Questions 5.2.2, questions which due notice, without due notice, relating to items on the agenda, I have nil. Questions without notice coming in, I think. That's right. Okay, I do have two people wanting to ask questions which due notice has not been given. Firstly is Miss Sally Block. The microphone.
Speak would help, wouldn't it? I have got some spare copies of the questions if they can be distributed. Thank you. I'm Sally Block from the Gidgegannup Progress Association. The questions I'm asking are regarding the aftermath of the bushfire in Gidgegannup and the processes that are happening, and these are questions that have been put to the GPA by members of the community, and they would really like some answers to them, so I will read them out. We would like to know the time frame for delivery of funds from the Lord Mayor's Distress Fund to help to assist those who have lost their homes, and what this can be used for. Some have received assistance, but many have not. We would also like to know if other victims of the disaster who have had damage to infrastructure on their properties will receive assistance. Many people are underinsured or have no insurance, are in desperate need of these funds. The underinsurance's 10,000 community services aid payments have not been received either. The federal government grant of $1,000 and the state government grant of $2,000 to $4,000 still hasn't been paid to many fire victims either, despite applications being lodged several weeks ago. Why is this, and when will the funds be paid? The federal government grant of $1,000 per adult has taken 6 weeks, and now a whole lot of supporting documents have to be scanned and lodged. Why is this aid so difficult to access for what is quite a small amount? When will the clean-up of properties start? Why is it taking so long? Why hasn't clean-up started on buildings that have no contaminants, as there are plenty of them? How is this clean-up to be carried out? Street by street, block by block? 87 houses have been identified as lost. Why is there no register of all affected properties and the degree they are affected with an ID number? This would simplify the process hugely. The promised telephone contacts and site visits are yet to eventuate. Many properties with damage have had no contact at all. There appears to be an incomplete database of damage. A time frame is needed, as until sites are cleared up, people will not be able to move on with their lives. We are aware that the City of Swan are in the process of upgrading their website and publishing more electronic information. Unfortunately, with poor telecommunications at Tilden Park and other areas, and access possibly only to a mobile phone, people are having trouble accessing the information. Can the City have talks with both Telstra and NBN to improve this situation? What is the City doing to procure funds, feed supplies for residents affected by the fire? There is a dire shortage of hard feeds for sheep, cattle, alpacas and other farm animals. We are putting articles in newspapers to try and access feed. Some people are left with very little except their livestock now and need to be able to support and maintain this connection. This is becoming an animal welfare matter as well. Can an area such as Tilden Park be provided with an ablution block for those remaining on their properties and also for the multitude of tradies on site? This could also be an area for hard copies of information to be available. Also, a centralised water tank with fresh water is needed for those remaining. We need to provide the essentials for civilised life. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms Block. There's a fair bit there, so
Yes.
the CEO will take them on notice and will respond to you. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Okay. Also have some questions from Michelle Zammel.
No, Michelle,
Okay, she's with you. Okay, thank you. Any other questions from the gallery relating to items on the agenda? No? Okay, other questions? I have some questions which were given on notice from Ms Raylene Bartlett, which have been answered. Also Mr Bob Baku, all those questions have been answered. Ms Yvonne Baku, likewise all questions have been answered. Mr Eric Purvis, whose questions came out of the brief agenda forum, have been answered. Some questions for Nikki Gill, which also have been answered. Mr Philip Riley, his questions also have been answered, have as Ms Michelle Lewis. And I have no one else ready for questions. Just before we carry on, councillors, I just need to read one statement. I advise that a complaint is made to the Local Government Standards Panel in which I was alleged to have breached or contravened the Local Government Act Rules of Conduct Regulations 2007 when I published an editorial in the Echo newspaper which contained disparaging statements about the state government. The panel found that I had breached Regulation 7.1b of the said regulations, that my conduct was in breach of the City's Code of Conduct and media policy and deserving a penalty. I accept that I should not have engaged in that relevant conduct. I apologise to the Premier, Treasurer, Minister for Local Government as well as State Government in general, the public and my fellow councillors. Also, a complaint was made to the Local Government Standards Panel in which I allegedly contravened the Local Government Act Rules of Conduct Regulations 2007 WA when I made disparaging comments about certain councillors of the City, the Executive Officer of Midland Information, Debt and Legal Advisory Service. The panel found that my behaving in this manner, I committed one breach of Regulation 7.1b of the said regulations as my conduct was wrongful, inappropriate and deserving of a penalty. Further, my actions was likely to cause detriment to parties involved. I accept that I should not have acted in such a manner and I apologise to Councillors Kiley, Johnson and Catalano and the Council as a whole. Thank you. Councillors.
Permission to address the meeting.
Yes, Councillor Richardson.
Permission for an apology. Make a public apology.
Yep, go ahead.
A complaint was made to the Local Government Standards Panel in which it was alleged that I contravened the Local Government Rules of Conduct Regulations 2007 WA when I sent an email to a member of the public in which I made comments that discredited certain other councillors of the City. The panel found that by behaving in this manner I committed one breach of Regulation 7.1b of the said regulations as my conduct was wrongful and inappropriate and deserving of a penalty, and further my actions were likely to cause detriment to the parties involved. I accept that I should not have acted in such a manner and now apologise to the Council, Mayor Kevin Bailey, Councillor Paddy Jones and Councillor Kate McCulloch for having done so.
Thank you, Councillor. Okay, we now move on to public statement time. And
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I'd just like to ask you if you will also consider apologising to the other councillors who were named in the Standard Panel complaint.
I can't do that, Councillor, because the script for councils, the apologies is given to me by Department of Local Government.
Can you not give an apology on your own?
No, I've done that already, and I apologise to Council in general. So
You haven't apologised to me.
Thank you, Councillor. Okay, we now go to public statement time. Registration of public statement. Council meetings is required by 10 a.m. Monday following meeting. The following members of the public have registered to make a public statement at the meeting. Firstly, Mr David Willer. You have 2 minutes, Mr Willer.
CEO and City of Swan councillors, thank you for allowing the opportunity to speak. I wish to direct my public statement to our Lord Mayor. In light of recent comments made by yourself resulting in a complaint to Local Government Standards Panel on the April 15th, 2020, you referred to one of your fellow peers as having a mental illness, another as being psycho, and another as being bat expletive crazy. All of this was also publicly stating we are all in this together during the height of COVID. Myself and fellow ratepayers find these comments as being particularly insensitive. Mental health issues are always of a serious nature, and given recent events worldwide, it is particularly more so today. Flippant and asinine comments such as those made by yourself show total disregard, lack of empathy, and little respect for people who suffer from mental illness daily. I, along with many other people, know someone suffering from mental health issues, and we are flabbergasted that in your capacity as Mayor of our wonderful community would make such comments. Your misogynistic comment labelling some councillors being only housewives offended many of the community. I am of the opinion that an apology to all of your ratepayers within the City of Swan should be afforded. Thank you to Chambers for taking the time to hear my public statement.
Thank you, Mr Willer. The next one is from Mr Jacob Martin from Cardno regarding item 5.2, the proposed construction at Henley Brook Avenue, Nangarrow Road to Reed Highway.
Good evening and thank you for your time tonight. My name is Jacob Martin, Team Leader and Traffic Engineer for Cardno. I've been asked to provide a statement from the owners of lot 1115, 1116 and 1117 Nangarrow Road, Henley Brook, regarding the implications of the proposed Henley Brook Ave duplication, and particularly the roundabout at Nangarrow Road. As described in my written deputation presented to this meeting's agenda briefing, the outcome of the proposed roundabout geometry is not only a loss of access to the BP, KFC and Red Rooster development at the southwestern corner of this intersection, but also safety and amenity issues that directly result from this change. The imposed restrictions will result in potentially dangerous U-turns and weaving movements on Henley Brook Ave and Nangarrow Road, internal conflicts between fuelling heavy vehicles and restaurant customers, and amenity impacts on neighbouring residential properties through increased heavy vehicle traffic in the adjacent street. We acknowledge the positive response from the City following the briefing, that they are willing to consider modifications to lessen the impact of the duplication through the design process, and we look forward to working collaboratively with the City's officers to find a suitable solution to these issues. Thank you.
Thank you. Now move to petitions. Following members of the public have registered to provide a petition. Firstly, Ms Anne-Marie Denny and Mr Grant Stewart from the Swan Valley Wildlife Environmental Advocacy Group.
Sorry, they're not here.
They're not here?
No,
okay,
I'm here instead.
But you've got their petition?
I've got their
Okay,
petition.
if you'd like to hand that petition to staff, thank you. And you have another petition as well, don't you, Mrs Gill?
No, same one.
Same one?
Just
Okay,
one.
no worries. Any other petitions? Okay. You've got a cover letter there, Ms Gill?
Yes.
Okay, if you'd just like to read it, thank you.
Thank you very much. This petition was created by the Swan Valley Wildlife and Environment Advocacy Group last month due to the distressing situation within Brabham, West Swan and Henley Brook. Large populations of local wildlife, predominantly kangaroos, have been displaced due to extensive property development in the area. Our native animals have suffered injury, death due to starvation, dehydration, distress and collisions with vehicles. Local residents have had to bear the financial burden of vehicle repairs, and there is a very real risk of a resident suffering a serious accident leading to injury or death. Furthermore, residents have had to deal with the emotional trauma associated with hitting a kangaroo or witnessing the death of our wildlife on a daily basis. The original aim was to complete a paper-based petition. However, once the petition was finalised, we went into lockdown. So due to the urgency of the situation, we moved the petition online. We believe every Australian has the right to voice their concerns regarding the welfare of our wildlife, regardless of where the wildlife reside. Having an online platform allowed residents to share with the greater community the dire situation that has unfolded within the City of Swan. This has been extremely successful in reaching over 7,000 people on the Facebook page and gaining over 18,000 signatures from concerned residents within a month. The plight of our wildlife has even started circulating in other countries. Although COVID-19 changed the platform of our petition, it hasn't changed the intent or the need for the petition. I would ask that the Council accept this petition in support of items C 1.6 and C 1.8 of tonight's meeting in order to facilitate a speedy and positive resolution for residents and wildlife alike. It is the hope of our group that this situation can be prevented in future developments with an amendment to Section 9.2 of the LPS 17 to include wildlife counts and relocation plans with all development applications, as was supported at the electors' meeting on the 9th of March this year.
Thank you, Ms Gill. If you'd just like to hand that petition. Councillor Parry, you also have a petition.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. This is from the local community of Balladura to save our footbridge. It states that our local council has informed some Balladura residents that due to the vandalism of one of our footbridges, they are endeavouring to permanently demolish it. We, the undersigned, request the City of Swan to repair and reconstruct the Central Lakes footbridge for the benefit of the Balladura community. And there are approximately 100 signatures made on this, Mr Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Parry. Any other petitions? Can I move that? Okay. Can I have a move that those petitions be accepted? Move to Councillor Conklin, second Councillor Zanino. No one against, declare them carried. Councillors, I'm going to go back to public statement time because I understand that Mr Eric Purvis wished to make a public statement, but somewhere along the line you weren't on the list, Mr Purvis. So if you want to... 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Thank you, councillors. Basically just wanting to have a quick support of Councillor Zanino's motion C 1.8 and his motion relating to item 5.2. With C 1.8, most of the information has been covered by Nikki, so that's excellent. But just on a personal note, driving through the other day, I saw a couple of children on the side of the road that were standing next to a dead joey, and they were very, very upset. And I must admit that put a bit of a tear to my eye because I thought, you know, if they were my kids going home, I'd be a bit upset about that. So I think it might be a good idea if we just shut the road temporarily, sort out the kangaroo issue, and then revisit it a little bit later. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Mr Purvis. Councillors, there are 2 deputations tonight on the late item, being 4.13, the proposed amendment development approval DA 414-19, the residential aged care facility, otherwise known as St Jude's. And the first deputation will be from Mr Ben Doyle from Planning Solutions. You have indeed. Thank you, Councillor. And also noting, councillors, that Councillor Coley has declared impartiality with this one. So, thank you, Mr Doyle.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Sorry we hadn't been shown through. Thank you, councillors, for the opportunity to present on this late item, and thank you in particular to the City's officers and especially the CEO for your time and assistance on finalising this last remaining matter in relation to this approved aged care facility. So this is, as I say, the final component. It's simply resolving the retaining, or in fact the non-retaining, of certain areas of the site adjacent to adjoining properties. What is now proposed, as you can see from the report before you, is to maintain the existing natural ground level between the aged care facility and the adjoining properties, lots 8 and lot 31 East Street. So there will be no site works affecting their sites, no requirement for access to those sites, other than to replace the Barros's fence, which has been agreed with them. Ultimately, if they did not wish to replace their fence, there is also no need to do that. This is detailed in the details section of your report, which I'll just read a short extract. Says the proposed modification eliminates the intrusive nature of the proposed retaining wall on both Lot 8 and Lot 31 East Street. The retention of the existing land levels at the boundary to these lots will not have any adverse implications for the amenity of these landowners and permits them to retain the existing boundary fences if they wish. There are no implications for any other landowners. So I'm hopeful and optimistic that this is the final chapter in this application, and I would ask you to support it as recommended by your officers. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr Doyle. Councillors, we've got a bit of time, so any questions of Mr Doyle? Councillor Catalano?
I'm just curious to know why the change of heart. Like, I mean, I understand that there was a lot of, like the adjacent, but how come there's change that where you're not going to alter the level of the land now, and and the change the sort of wall and.
Mm-hmm.
How's that not going to affect your plans? I mean, why now is it okay when before it was necessary? I just haven't quite understood that part of it.
Sure.
How you've managed the change.
Yes, certainly. Okay. The proposal that was originally put forward and was approved by council, given planning approval by council, was to retain along the common boundary. And this meant that essentially there was then a space between the building and that boundary, which would be a walkway, and there was a fire exit and that sort of thing there. Following obtaining the planning approval, the next step really is you liaise with the adjoining neighbours to work out how to get the access and construct and all that sort of thing. There's a process. Ultimately, it was not possible to achieve a solution for the construction on that common boundary with the two adjoining landowners that adjoin there, Lots 8 and Lot 31. It was not possible to arrive at a methodology or a solution that was satisfactory to them. So as such, we had to go back to the drawing board and find a solution that did not require any works at that common boundary. So we now are essentially using the building as retaining at that corner of that side of the site. And so the existing ground level is being maintained now between the building and those adjoining properties. And then there's steps at either end, essentially leading up and down to the new levels for the rest of the site. They will be gated off, and they'll be only accessed where necessary for maintenance, cleaning, that sort of thing. So they're not going to be a walkway, they're not going to be staff access through there to take things in and out of the building or anything like that. It'll simply be closed off and used only where necessary for maintenance. Does that make sense? Thank you.
Councillor Coley?
Thank you. Mr Doyle, you had to remove a fire escape on that side. Yes. How are you dealing with the provision of suitable fire escape methods, given that fire escape on that side of the building will disappear?
It is being dealt with in compliance with the applicable legislation.
You've got sign-off from the fire and emergency services
It's gone through the necessary processes, yes. The building permit can be issued based on the current design.
You're confident of that?
Yes.
One? Thank you.
Mr Mayor. Hi, I've just got a quick question. I'm told that a meeting and an agreement about the boundary fence and vegetation was reached between St Jude's and a neighbour. Did that happen? Was there a discussion?
That's
an agreement?
That's a matter between St Jude's and the neighbour. I understand that has occurred, yes.
Okay, and are you able to tell us what was agreed?
Well, what's been proposed as part of this application is to replace the Beros's fence with a 2.1 metre high Colorbond fence, and that's part of the application before you.
Okay. Councillor Scanlon.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I've just have some more recent information I've received, and it's regarding the fire management. And through an FOI to DFIS, it says it should be noted the booster assembly location does not meet the FES Commissioner's operational requirements. Also, poor or inadequate access can delay the emergency response and increase the risk to lives and level of damage to the property and its surrounding environment. And another letter stating that DFIS Built Environment Branch has identified this property to be a potential risk to firefighting operations. I'm really confused why I have an FOI saying they have concerns yet you say it's been approved.
The application is for the eastern retaining. I have no idea what you're referring to, what context that's provided in, and what that relates to. The rest of the development is approved.
Okay,
all that is before council for a planning approval today is modifications to a retaining wall.
And movement of the fire escape.
No, that's not part of the planning approval. There's modifications to the building, yes.
Thank you.
I'm not very comfortable with this.
Thank you. Councillor, any further questions?
Through you, Mr Mayor, just a very small one.
Yep, Councillor Bedoldi.
Sorry, I should have asked as well. In that agreement, did you discuss vegetation, and if so, what was agreed?
That's an agreement between the adjoining landowners. I'm not privy to it, and it's not a matter for council.
Okay, Councillor Scully.
Through you, Mayor, Mr Doyle, or staff might be able to tell me this. Do the modifications to the fire escape conditions come back to council for approval later on?
Mr Russell.
Through Mr Mayor, no, there's no modifications to any conditions of the planning approval or any of the modifications of those conditions to the planning approval that touch on this matter.
Thank you, Mr Doyle. Okay, the next speaker on this item is Ms Jackie Berros. Thank you, Ms Berros.
Thank you, councillors and Mr Mayor. I live at 55A East Street and share two boundaries with the St Jude's project. In the council agenda, I'm referred to as Lot 31. I would like to clarify a few points documented in tonight's council meeting agenda. The City stated I did not meet the deadline of March 15 to reply to Mr Russell with my comments on the St Jude's amendments. I met with Mr Russell and Mr van der Linde on March 3, well within their first 14-day deadline for comment. At our meeting, we discussed my questions and concerns with St Jude's latest amendments. I appreciated the time given to me by the Planning Department, and I told them so, as the depth and detail they discussed had been far superior to the email that St Jude's had sent me. At this meeting, we discussed the next steps of the process, and I specifically asked Mr Russell, once he had met with the developers and the questions answered, could he notify me of the next deadlines so our new timeframe was clear. He assured me he would, and he never did. I was unaware I was required to comment by March 15th until yesterday, March 16th, which was clearly too late. And now the City's stance is that I did not comply with deadlines. Last week, I emailed Mr van der Linde, updating him on my situation with St Jude's. I have been trying since February 25 to meet with Binu Joseph of St Jude's to discuss our shared driveway southern boundary fence line, because it is included in the amended proposal. Finally, on Friday, March 12th, 2 weeks and several emails later, he agreed to meet me. At this meeting, Binu Joseph agreed to put in writing their offer for the type of boundary fence to be used and details of how the damaged vegetation on my property caused by their build would be repaired. We could then reach an agreement and move forward. To date, I have not received this email, nor have I had any further communication from Binu or his team. The vegetation on my property has been significantly damaged in the first part of the build process. All of the St Jude's team has seen it. Mr Russell has been to my property and seen it. The driveway boundary fence line is included in these latest amendments, so it needs to be resolved. Then I can make comment like the City has asked me to. I made it clear to Binu Joseph that as soon as we reached an agreement, I would happily sign their forms and we could all move forward. So I find myself in a position where the City has not replied to me as promised to help me meet their deadlines, despite the fact I was quickly forthcoming to meet with them to get this issue resolved. I also find myself in a position where I have been the one trying to make contact with the St Jude's team in order to resolve our issues, and yet they are not even following up as they agreed to help us all move forward. I have been put in this untenable position yet again by both the City and the developers. All I ask for is honesty, clear communication, to have the damage to my property rectified and my privacy protected. I would greatly appreciate Council support to help make this happen before signing off on the amendments, and then the issue of the St Jude's build can finally be resolved. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Ms Barros. Any questions, Councillor Scanlon?
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Jackie, I
Ms.
just have a
Barros,
question for you. I'd just like to ask, in the application the fence is to be replaced with colour blonde, but I understand it was a different kind of a fence you wanted replacing.
Yes, we were always had been in discussion for quite a while to look at a brick wall instead of a colour blonde fence, which is a meeting with Binu was about. I had spoken to the architect team about. We had requested that the fence height be raised to 2.1 so we could increase our privacy. But because in the acoustic report we are identified as the primary source of the noise for the report, we asked that something better be provided rather than the colour-bond fence now, with consideration of the heavy removal of all the vegetation at the end part of our driveway, which was originally supposed to be trimmed but virtually now is non-existent.
Yes, I've seen it. Thank you, Jackie. I have another question for you, and it's in regards to this FOI that I've now in possession of. Have you seen the FOI from DFS stating that they're not happy?
Councillor, I'm not going to allow that question. The item before us is a retaining wall and a fence.
I just don't believe we should be making any more decisions on this until we know.
I'll remind you, Councillor, that it's about a retaining wall and a fence, no other items to be discussed.
Absolutely. It is about St Jude's.
Councillor Podovnik.
Hi, I just wanted to double check. Can you confirm when you had a meeting with St Jude's what exactly was agreed, just so that we're clear? It's a bit confusing for me.
On Friday, the meeting that I had with Binu, we didn't come to an exact conclusion. So at the end of the meeting, I asked and we agreed that he would put in writing what was going to happen with that driveway boundary fence. I was asking, could it be a brick wall? He was uncertain that that was going to be able to happen. He spoke about some vegetation replacement as part of the process of changing the fence line, and he agreed when he left that he would put it in writing and forward it to me immediately so we could move forward. I haven't received that. That was Friday afternoon. It's now Wednesday, and I still haven't received anything.
To you, Mr. Mayor, have I got a question for Leon for planning?
Yep, Mr. Vanderlyn. Yep, go ahead, Councillor.
Hi, thank you. I just wanted to ask, obviously we're sort of right at the end of this process and it would be great if we could resolve it. It appears that there was some agreement potentially reached, not in writing. We have an issue or a recommendation before us tonight. Is there a possibility of incorporating some of these aspects of the detail of the vegetation and the fence and what may have been agreed without that email? How do we proceed?
Mr. Vanderlyn.
Mr. Mayor, the Council can resolve whatever they feel fit in this scenario. So the options would be to approve the application as has been submitted. We know that what was submitted by St Jude's was a colour-bond fence. The inclusion of restoration to the landscaping can be included as a condition. That shouldn't be a problem. Because it relates to that fence, the construction of the fence required the removal of some vegetation that can be restored. With regards to the potential of a brick wall, from a planning perspective, we've assessed the application as it stands in front of us. So we found that a colour-bond fence is sufficient and can be approved from a planning perspective. But you could include a condition, for instance, to say that fence be a 2.1 metre colour-bond or brick wall. It wouldn't make a difference from a planning outcome whether it's a colour-bond or a brick wall. Or another option is you could propose that fence be replaced by a brick wall, but obviously that is not what was applied for. And the applicants will definitely have a problem with that if they haven't agreed to a brick wall at that stage. So from a planning perspective, if you consider what the wall is to be constructed of, you leave that as a civil matter. You put in a condition that whether it's a colour-bond or a brick wall really doesn't matter from an approval point of view, and then it's a matter between the two parties.
One more question, just so that I'm clear. The suggestion is if we have the option of colour bond or brick, then it moves on to St Jude's and the neighbours having that discussion. Is that correct? And not a council issue?
Yeah, that's correct.
Councillor Coley.
Through you, Mayor, I note in the amendments to the original plan, I think there were 31 amendments included in that is point 13, the dilapidated fences to the adjacent properties on the boundary of the entry road from East Street will be replaced with new colorbond fencing. Now, this is a condition that we approved, well, it was done under delegated authority, so the approval for a colorbond fence has been granted under delegated authority. The rescission motion for that condition failed. So I want to understand, given that this council has effectively approved the colorbond fence, how do we now expect the applicant to revisit this when they've already been given approval for a colorbond fence, although it never came to council?
Mr Mayor, the subject of the application in front of you is a modification to that colorbond fence that you've previously approved. And the modification to that is that it's, in this instance, it's been proposed to increase the height of that fence from 1.8 metres to 2.1. So what is proposed now is a new fence that is 2.1 of colorbond. So it is as the subject of an application in front of you, so you can make a decision about it.
Councillor Henderson, you're next.
Thank you. Perhaps a question of Mr Doyle. Would the proponent have any issue with a fence being made out of brick or out of colorbond?
Mr Doyle.
I just want to clarify that the fence is a dividing fence. I'm not sure what that is. Under the Dividing Fences Act.
Councillor Coley, just 10 minutes.
That's right. There you go. It's a dividing fence under the Dividing Fences Act. It's not a matter that council involves itself in at all. The only reason it's part of the application is because planning approval is required for a fence. A fence of more than 1.8 metres. That's the only reason that the fence is on the application for planning approval. Beyond that, council does not at all ever get involved in dividing fences between properties. That's a civil matter between adjoining neighbours.
I understand that, and if I can continue the question. So if the point is, if we approve a 2.1 metre brick fence, would you be satisfied with that or not?
If, as Mr Van der Linde suggested, that a condition was imposed requiring the fence to be brick or colorbond, we would have no objection to that whatsoever.
Sorry, my question was brick.
I can't sign up my client to put a brick fence in. That's a civil matter that they're organising between themselves.
Councillor Coley.
Mayor, I'll go on to the approved conditions, and these have been approved. Point 14. The existing property fences will be replaced by either colorbond or brick as per preference of the owners. So I just want you to draw your attention to that condition. It seems to be to the preference of the owners as per drawing A1.104.
Mr Russell, you used to comment on that.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I think maybe to provide some clarity, that's exactly right. Brick or colorbond, and the choice, the elective resides with the two neighbour parties to resolve the matter under the Dividing Fences Act. So if you were to say brick and remove that choice, which is then reverting or modifying previous conditions of the existing approval, as Councillor Coley has read, and you mandated to say in this instance it must be brick, then the question that if the applicant's not happy with it, they can appeal it. And then the question would be, for us, why brick and not colorbond? And we could hardly sustain a position on the basis of saying, well, that's because the neighbour prefers brick to colorbond. It's not a planning matter and it won't sustain itself.
Thank you, Mr Russell. Councillor Scanlon.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I'd just like to refer to the item that Councillor Kiley just read out, where it said brick or colour bond as to the owner's preference, and it is the owner's preference that it be brick. Oh, sorry, that's a question. A question for the staff, please.
Thank you.
To clarify.
The owner, in the sense of that application, is St Jude's, not the neighbour.
Councillor Kiley, do you have your hand up again? No? Okay. No further questions? Thank you, councillors. Now move on to presentations. Recall Councillor Johnson. Thank you. And we have a couple of presentations, and I'll hand over the Deputy Mayor. Thank you, Councillor Lucas.
Thank you. I'm pleased to announce that the City of Swan has won the Excellent in Asset Management Award at the Institute of Public Works Engineering Australasia annual state conference last week. The award was presented for our capital works process. The process outlines the phases of asset planning, project and construction planning, project planning and construction, and project handover. It clearly identifies roles and responsibilities and the required outcomes. The City will now progress to the national final to be held in Adelaide in November. Many staff were involved in developing and implementing the process, but particular mention should be made for Corrie Oliver and Leah Ale, who did a lot of the work in leading and implementing the process. And this was the award presented to the City, Excellent in Asset Management. So well done and congratulations to all staff under Mr Coaten. But wait, there's more. The City was also highly commended for the Coongamire Pavilion project in the category of Best Public Works Project in the metropolitan area under $2 million. The project demonstrated innovation and sustainability. The construction utilised prefabricated materials as well as retaining some of the existing building frame. This enabled the facility to be completed to a high standard within a tight time frame. Many staff were involved in this project, but particular congratulations should go to the project manager, Chris Amos, and our architect, Samuel Fedot. The name Coongamire translates to home in the hills, and this project has really created an amazing home and a buzz for those clubs who use it at this venue. In addition, the City's engineering maintenance coordinator, Amanda Wujaja, was a finalist in the Emerging Young Leaders Award, and we've had several previous winners in this category as well. So well done to all staff, particularly Amanda, and congratulations to all. And this is the award presented to the City of Swan for the Coongamire Project Hall. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you. Now move on to announcements by the presiding member, and I have one in regards to the bushfire response. A number of our councillors have been active in the community, providing immediate support and assistance to those in need. You're examples of active community leaders, and I admire your dedication to protecting and rebuilding our community. The Lord Mayor's Disaster Relief Fund has raised over $15.7 million in donations, and I'd like to thank everyone who donated to help our community. In particular, I'd like to thank community groups, clubs and associations for digging deep. I know it's hard to find cash in the budget to donate to fellow community, so on behalf of the residents of the City of Swan, I extend a huge thank you for your assistance. I'd particularly like to make mention of our friends in other local governments who also donated. The City of Melville, $50,000, the Shire of Augusta, Margaret River, $10,000, City of Rockingham, $10,000, the City of Boulder, Kalgoorlie, $10,000, the City of Stirling, $10,000, City of Belmont, $10,000, City of Joondalup, $10,000, the Town of Victoria Park, $5,000, the City of Wanneroo, $5,000, the City of Kwinana, $5,000, the City of South Perth, $5,000, the Shire of Nowangarup, $4,000, and the Shire of Pingelly, $4,000. And last night, councillors, I visited the City of Melville's council meeting and addressed their council and large number of residents present and thanked them in the light of their significant donation that I felt that it required a visit rather than the obligatory letter. So we thank all our friends in local government for their support. We now go to members' questions. 10.1. There's a question there from Councillor Johnson, which has been answered. 10.2, questions which due notice has been given, also from Councillor Johnson. A significant number of questions have all been answered. Move now to 10.3, questions for which due notice has not been given. Hang on. There's a question also there from Councillor Johnson, and that has been answered. Are there any other questions for councillors? Councillor Kiley.
Mayor, I refer to the deputation made by Sally Block, chairperson of the Gidgegannock Progress Association. In particular, question 2, I think, which councillors have in front of them. The federal government grant of 1,000, state government grants of 2,000, 4,000 has still not been paid to many fire victims despite applications being lodged several weeks ago. I wondered if we had the ability tonight to answer that, given a lot of people might be wanting an answer on that via the the webcast. Is it possible to get an answer to that now?
Ms. Slay.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. For the Department of Premier and Cabinet applications, we've received 217 to date, and we have paid a total of 69. That's 64 for totally destroyed and 5 that are damaged but habitable. The City has very recently completed another round of inspections, and we will now progress assessing further partially damaged properties.
Thank you. Further questions?
To follow on through you, Med, when can we expect the totality of those funds to be paid out?
Slay.
Mr. Mayor, I can't confirm that tonight, but we are progressing through the list that the building inspectors have completed.
And through you, Mayor, could I ask that the answers to these questions, given their importance to the community, particularly in Gidgegannock, be published as soon as possible online?
Yep, do that. Okay. Yep, Councillor Johnson.
Oh, yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Well, 3 questions. First one is about item A 13.5, Wirraloo Bushfire Council rates concession. It's currently deferred. May I ask when this is going to come back to council?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, we are aiming to have that back at council for the April meeting. We were just awaiting on the inspections to be completed.
Okay, thank you. And next question for you, Mr. Mayor, regarding your apology earlier this meeting about the comments at Midless. Can you advise council if you've made similar comments elsewhere?
No. I just said no.
Oh, didn't hear you say anything, Mr. Mayor. Thank you. The answer is no. Next question is, given your disparaging opinions about some councillors, how can council and the community be sure that you are voting in an impartial manner, particularly on Midland Guildford ward items?
Always vote on a partiality, councillor. I'm based on the facts before me. Thank you. Councillor Henderson.
Thank you, Mayor. Some questions for Mr. Coaten. The tree rollout program for this year, for particularly for the Gidgegannock area through where the fires ran, have you got an estimated start date of the rollout of that tree program?
Mr. Coaten.
Not an estimated start date. We will be anticipating calling opening expressions of interest next month in April, and we that's when they will open, and then we take the orders and then have a day when they're actually handed out. But I don't have the exact dates. But
So I wasn't looking for exact. So April, May would be the estimate.
Yes, we normally open for nomination for people to put in a request in April.
Okay, so the next question, Mayor, is that should there be a late start to the season, given that there's not much available water and Gidgeganup tanks have been destroyed with the fire, etc., would there be an ability for the city to provide some support in terms of watering, should that be needed?
Mr. Cade.
That would be quite difficult because the trees, the shrubs and trees get planted on people's private properties. So we could look into it. It would be difficult to achieve, though. The intention of them is that they are placed in areas where so that they don't require the city to go and water them there. So I can't guarantee that, but we can look into it.
Thank you, Mr. Cade. Any further questions, councillors, before we move on? No. Then we now move to leave of absence, Mr. CEO. Any requests for leave?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I have one request for a leave of absence from Councillor Henderson, and it's from the 18th of March 2021 through to the 21st of March 2021 inclusive.
Thank you. Any further requests for leave, councillors? None. Move that leave be accepted. Move Councillor Parry. Second, Councillor Nino. Anyone against? Okay, that carried. Confirmation of the minutes. A resolution required to confirm the minutes of 17 February 2021. Moved Councillor McCulloch. Seconded Councillor Congleton. Anyone against? Declare that carried. Councillors, currently the items. Okay, a second. Moved out to adopt the recommendations contained in the report for those items not withdrawn. At this point, councillors, I have 2.1, 2.2, 2.3, 4.2, 4.7, 4.10, 5.2, 5.4, 5.5 and 4.13. Can I have a move a councillor that the remainder be moved? Moved Councillor Parry, seconded Councillor McCulloch. Anyone against? Clear that carried. We now move councillors that items that have been withdrawn. The first is 2.1, organisation structure designated senior employees in, and the mover is Councillor Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. My motion is that Council resolve to amend the draft policy POLC 93 organisational structure to retain the existing titles for the designated senior employees as follows: Executive Manager Corporate, Executive Manager Operations, Executive Manager Community Wellbeing and Executive Manager Planning and Development. 2, to adopt Policy 93, Organisational Structure and Designated Senior Employees. The reason for changing the officer's recommendation is that A, the title Director is usually associated with a Board of Directors governing an organisation. B, using the title Director for Senior Employees implies that designated senior employees are a Board of Directors of the City of Swan. C, Council is the sole governing body of the City of Swan. D, Council's decision-making role should not be diluted or made ambiguous by allowing the Director title to be used.
Seconded Councillor Kyle. Is anyone against? Carried. Thank you. You wish to debate or not? Good. Okay, we'll declare that carried. Okay, 2.2 is a policy review, temporary trading in public places.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I've got a question. Can you just confirm that item 413
is withdrawn? Yes.
Yeah, thank you.
Yes, I did that. Thank you. Is the policy review, temporary trading places, and a motion from Councillor McCulloch.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Item 2.2, the policy review, temporary trading in public places. Item 1 stands as is. 2, the city to identify suitable locations within Ellenbrook, Averley that allow temporary traders to operate as an alternative to Charlie Gregorini Reserve. Staff to report back on the investigation when a report on the outcome of the advertising as required in 1 above is brought back to Council. And I'd like to add a number 3, if I may, Mr. Mayor.
You can.
If appropriate. Which is 2 of Councillor Catalano's proposed motion. Do you want me to read the whole thing or just investigate the inclusion of a designated site at Bennett Springs Oval, Bennett Springs, for a maximum of 1 trader permitted all day between 6 a.m. and to 7 p.m, with the site to be cleaned and vacated by 8 p.m.
Staff to report back on the investigation when a report on the outcome of the advertising as required in 1 above is brought back to Council. 3, that now comes to 4, record the reason for changing the officer's recommendation is to ensure that appropriate locations for temporary traders to operate from are identified within the Ellenbrook Averley area. 2, allow for temporary trading to be considered within 300 metres from a school zone, as very often the areas requiring activation are associated with public open space located with 300 metres from a school zone. And 3, if I may add, to reconcile to my addition in the motion, is the site at Bennett Springs will service park users and their families and assist with activation and passive security of the park. Thank
Seconder.
you.
Seconded, Councillor Jones. Anyone against? Yes, Councillor Gunnar.
Is there any way that this could be amended so that the removal of the temporary trading place at Charlie Gregorini Memorial Park could commence in 2 months' time or 3 months' time?
Mr Vanderlyn.
Mr Mayor, anything is possible in that regard. The review has indicated that there are issues with having traders at the Charlie Gregorini Park, and that was mainly related to those that are operating from the site at the moment. Now, my understanding is that the bookings were given until the end of March to those that are operating on the site at the moment, and the issues raised by those that are on the site at the moment related to the fact that they didn't have anywhere to go after the end of March. Now, in the last couple of days, we've actually worked with specifically the coffee van at the Ellenbrook Charlie Gregorini site, and they've submitted 2 applications for alternative sites to operate from the 1st of April. And this afternoon, we've approved the one site which is at the Livy's playing area in Brabham. So they will utilise that site for 9 weeks until they move into a coffee shop in the new Brabham shopping centre, so it should be resolved. So I don't think there's, apart from that operator, there's no one else that wanted to specifically extend the stay on Charlie Gregorini.
Thank you. I have a move and a second. Is anyone against? We declare that carried. We move to 2.3, Policy Review Planning Policies. Proposed motion from Councillor Kiley.
Mayor, if I could just draw the attention of councillors to page 28 on the green folder. It's just simply to clarify the approval of this item, and point 2 I've added in there just to clarify that the approval under 1 does not prevent any modifications to the local planning policies within the specified 2-year period. I just thought that needed clarification.
Okay, seconder. Second, Councillor Congren. Anyone against? Carried. Now move to 4.2, which is a proposed amendment number 197, Local Planning Scheme number 17, to insert development standards to special use zone number 23, Paradise Keys Retirement Village. Councillor Congren has declared proximities leaving the chamber. First off, I have a proposed motion from Councillor McNamara.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I have a number of questions first for staff regarding this. Do I move my motion first? Yes.
Well, yes.
Yeah, thank you. I propose that Council resolve to initiate Amendment 197 of the Local Planning Scheme number 17 to reclassify a portion of 501 Paradise Keys Ballajura for special use zone number 23 to a local reserve recreation. Replace the existing, replace the existing entry of the special use zone number 23 in Schedule 4 with the following. Now, is it necessary for me to read out all these, Mr Mayor?
Just the changes, John. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed. The changes will be, the first change will be under E. It's on page 31. all buildings must be set back no closer than 2 metres from the zone secondary street boundary with Alexander Drive in South Paradise Keys. If a greater setback is required under the State Planning Policy 7.3 Residential Design Code for a wall setback, landscaping, tree retention or visual privacy setback, a greater setback shall apply. F. Development on the land is to provide passive surveillance, etc. Now I'll go to number 2, Mr. Mayor, because a landscape management plan must be prepared and submitted with the development application. The landscape management plan shall include the whole site and shall specifically detail the vegetation, planting within 6 metre buffer stimulated in condition 1A and 1B, and shall facilitate the retention of the line of existing mature trees to Alexander Drive on the western side of the site and north of Paradise Keys to the satisfaction of the local council. Note number 1, the development of the use of the land resulting in, excuse me, Mr. Mayor, turn the page, in a building in a multiple dwelling and configuration shall be assessed as a multiple dwelling apartment. I'll skip all this if you don't mind, Mr. Mayor, and I will go to, that's about it.
Okay. The seconder? Question, Councillor Lucas.
Councillor McNamara said he started on page 31 at item E. I just want to draw his attention to changes on page 30 in items C and D. Is he leaving those out or is he including those?
My sincere apologies, Councillor Lucas. Yes, I am not leaving them out. The question is that I turned 2 pages at once. So my apologies for that. So if I return to my motion, Mr. Mayor, where it says C, all buildings must be set back no closer than 2 metres from the zone primary street boundary at Paradise Keys. If a greater setback is required under the State Planning Policy 7.3 Residential Code for a wall setback, landscaping, tree retention or visual privacy setback, the greater setback shall apply. And D, all buildings must be set back no closer than 2 metres from the zone. Okay. And go back down to number 2, which is page 31, and that is the planting at the 6 metre buffer stimulated in condition 1A and 2, 1B and 2, and shall facilitate the retention of the line of existing mature trees, which I've already stated, on Alexander Drive on the western side, north of Paradise Keys. And the reasons are, I'd like to give number 2. Inform the West Australia Planning Commission of the West Australia Planning. Do I need to read all this, Mr. Mayor? Time is of the essence. It's on page 33. Everybody, page 33.
It's a lot of reasons, Councillor. We all read it. Do we wish Councillor McNamara to read it, or are we all okay with it?
But they're not reasons, Mr. Mayor. They're just. Are
they okay? They're okay with it, John. Let's think.
Thank you very, very
cool.
much indeed.
Okay.
The reason for changing, yes, Mr. Mayor, very important. The reason that the modification proposed to the officer's recommendation more accurately addresses the 21st of October 2020 resolution of Council that specifically requests an aged care facility to be facilitated with the zoning and to be a maximum of R40 or 60 development. The revised resolution now reflects a more balanced outcome where the sensitive issues regarding impact on the existing residential properties previously raised by the community, having been addressed through the limitation of heights to 2 stories within the 35 metre area and a 6 metre setback, condition 1A and B, and the street setback can be dealt with sufficiently through generic R-code setbacks and the landscaping conditions that require trees along Alexander Drive to be retained. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Seconder? Councillor Johnson. Is there anyone against? There is, and you wish to debate it? You do. Councillor McNamara, you open the debate.
All right, Mr. Mayor. Questions first, if you don't mind, before you start the clock.
Okay, if you have questions to staff.
Yes, to Mr. Leon van der
Excuse me. Can we just ask John to put his microphone on?
Put your microphone on, John, thanks.
Thank you very much for the reminder. I've just actually I've answered that question myself. The length is actually 1,900 metres, 190 metres long, and RDR codes. Mr. Van der Linde, this question is for you. RDR codes mentioned, and this is through you, Mr. Mayor. RDR codes mentioned in our October meeting and moved by Councillor Parry, covered in this particular motion of mine.
Mr. Van der Linde.
Mr. Mayor, yes. So if we look at the totality of the recommendation then as amended, what the initial 21st of October resolution required us to do was to address a scheme amendment, to prepare a scheme amendment that address a development with a maximum of R40 and R60 code provisions contained therein. Now, obviously, you cannot have R40 and R60 everywhere on the site. So what this modified motion then does is that from an R40 perspective, the R40 provisions apply to the northeast part of the site and the eastern part of the site. So it's those areas directly adjacent to existing residential houses, and that the R60 then applies to the rest of the site. So that's the lower area along Paradise Keys and then along Alexander Drive. So to answer the question, so the setback specifically that has been changed by Councillor McNamara, the 2 metre setbacks that he proposes reflects the minimum street setbacks as per the R60 codes. So as a mix of R40 and R60, it is addressed in the scheme amendment.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Van der Linde. And has the motion taken into account the requirements of the R codes agreed at that meeting, and has it taken into account the concerns of those residents who felt that it was close? So the 6 metre setback is over the amount required, but we have taken into account that particular requirement. Is that correct?
Mr. Mayor, when we prepared the scheme amendment that was initially put to council, so that with the council, with the officer's recommendation, at that point, the community haven't raised the 6 metre setback from Alexander Drive and Paradise Keys. But I believe in the deputations at the forum meeting, the person who made a deputation then raised the 6 metre, or the setbacks along the roads. My understanding was that in the past, those setbacks were never really issues raised by the community. The issues raised by the community was along the residential areas and the height specifically. So the answer is that if you consider the issues raised previously, those setbacks, the 2 metre setbacks would have been fine. But after the deputation last week, I think the officer's recommendation addresses the issues raised by the person in the deputation.
Now, Councillor McNamara, I'll ask you to open your debate.
All right, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Mayor, this meeting of October, what we've done is just moved on from there, and we are now dealing with the terms of that particular decision of council. That particular decision of council was a compromise, Mr. Mayor. It was a motion put by me, and there was an amendment put by Councillor Parry to adjust the zoning to R40, R60. And that R40, R60 zoning is catered for 100%, as Mr. Van der Linde has just given us the information. It is catered for within this particular motion. If, Mr. Mayor, we move a 10 metre setback in the Paradise Keys, the length of Paradise Keys, we will lose 3,940 square metres of land to the proposed developer. 3,940 square metres of land will be lost for any prospective developer. That's 10 metres either side of the road. That's 20 metres by 190. So do your calculations yourself. Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. With regard to that, on the residential side, the residents, as Mr. Van der Linde has said, had not complained regarding the setback of the main problem was the overlooking, and we have now resolved that with the R codes. The R codes stop the overlooking, and with this particular 6 metre setback, which is 4 metres more than the required amount, we are now satisfying that need. So, Mr. Mayor, we are well in satisfying the residents with regard to that situation. That is on the Bermuda Drive. On the lower side of Paradise Keys, there is a small residency area there, which is also, we are giving a 6 metre setback to that residential area, 4 metres more than is required by the R codes. So, Mr. Mayor, councillors, that is a very, very. We've listened to the community. We have gone and from the northern side, yes, there's one little area up in the northern side that if we take 10 metres, that's recommended by Councillor Parry now in his alternative motion. If we take 10 metres on the very northern part of the block, 10 metres either side will reduce that from 42 metres down to 22 metres, and 10 metres again. So it completely dissipates the actual value of that particular land. So any prospective purchaser of this and developer will be looking at what's available for him or her or them to actually make a dollar out of this construction. And don't be fooled, Mr. Mayor or Mr. CEO, nobody will take this on board unless they're actually going to make some dollars out of it. That is the fact of the matter. All organisations want to not lose money. And that's basically what it is. Yes, they give a fine service, but they don't want to lose money giving that fine service. And if we continue to actually take away the value of this land in reducing the size of it, then that's exactly what will happen. So, Mr. Mayor, I have been confirmed by Mr. Van der Linde, and it has been confirmed by the facts of the matter, that this is now dealing with our motion of October, that we actually move along and have a rezoning of this particular land. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Johnston is the seconder.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Mayor, I think this is a really excellent motion because what it does, it seeks to balance the needs of the community to have appropriate setbacks from residential areas, as described in the many meetings we've been to, against the need to maximise the area of land that's available for residential aged care. Now, councillors, I think all councillors will recall that we have reduced significantly the amount of land available on which a developer can design and build and operate a residential aged care facility. The other motion before you would significantly reduce further again the amount of land available and potentially make the site completely uneconomic. The setbacks that Councillor McNamara is proposing, particularly on Paradise Keys, which is more of a main road than being a residential road, Councillor McNamara is proposing a 2 metre setback, but it appears that the other alternate motion from Councillor Parry, I believe, is a 10 metre setback at that point. Have I got that right? Something like that. So basically, along a road where it would be reasonable to have a 2 metre setback, and there are plenty of roads in Midland with a 2 metre setback for a large building like this, for some reason we're proposing a 10 metre setback where it's not needed. So Councillors, it's a very complex. Both of these motions and the changes to them are really quite complex, but it really just boils down to this, where you need a setback and you need a height reduction to meet the expectations expressed in many meetings by the residents, but you also want to maximise the area of land and the height for putting in a much needed residential aged care facility. Councillor McNamara's motion optimises both the needs of the residents, the needs of the developer and the needs of the operators of future aged care facilities. So, councillors, I would urge you to support this motion. Thank you.
Councillor Parry against the motion.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. First things first, even if that was the worst case scenario, we've still got over 4 hectares left over to produce. Now, second thing is that we have listened to the community. Well, all due respect, I'm part of that community. I'm in the Lakes Estate. And I've gone through the League as well, the Lakes Estate Action Group. And the recommendations that I have put through are in consultation with the League. Over 200 members we have in that consultation group that are actively involved, have been actively protesting as well in the previous 18 months. All those motions that I put in, or the amendments that I put in, are on recommendation of League. Not every single one. There have been some amendments, but they've been done in consultation with our community. Now, I'm not denying that we need an aged care facility in Balladura, not at all. However, you must also realise that the city, what's happened previously with the Paradise Keys aged care, is that there is a lack of trust within the city of Swan. My motion, from someone that lives in the Lakes Estate as well, allows me to basically go back to my community and say, we have worked through the setbacks, which, by the way, was not the number one issue raised. The number one issue raised previously was the height, scale and density in regards to that as well. That's why they never raised it, because we were shocked that we're going to have 5 stories worth of an aged care facility in our local area, where basically we've had nothing like that in Balladura. That's the reason why it wasn't raised. It was because we were trying to fight the bigger beast. That's as simple as that. So when we talk about this issue, this is done through consultation through my community. I've sat down with people, even when I go running around Summer Lakes, which is my local area, I do know people call me up and say, what about this Paradise Keys issue? I've had about 20 requests yesterday from Balladura residents asking me, what are we going to do about this? My motion is a reasonable motion. It's basically alleviating the concerns from Bermuda Drive, which was the number one area that we've had concerns with, by moving the R60 across to Alexander Drive. Now, the Bermuda Drive will also be R40, which is 2 stories high. It actually creates less animosity within the community. We've kept all the trees down Paradise Keys as well. That's important to us. We're also going, if my motion is successful, we'll go back to the Noongar people to find out what fauna and flora we need to keep as well. Councillor McNamara's motion did also not keep the retaining walls, which is personally one of my favourite parts going into the Lakes Estate. All these parts are important to the Lakes community, and also the Balladura community as well. We see tons of people from Balladura walking our Lakes Estate because of the fact of our parks and also and everything about it, because it's a nice entry and everything else like that. My motion is very simple. Get the aged care facility in Balladura, which we desperately need, but also alleviate the concerns of the people within the Lakes Estate. That's important because when we move it out to Alexander Drive and also move it from 2-storey from 35 metres, that's important as well. And the buffer zones are pretty simple. We need them because I haven't changed that many anyway from the staff recommendation. There's only one. So I think it's my motion is certainly more reasonable. It's taken into consideration the comments made by the community member that was shown up yesterday. It's also been taken in regards to the League. If you want to sell something to community, you need to go through the League and also the Lakes Estate people, because they're the ones that are going to kick back the most. And I've done that through my motion. It's as simple as that. So all I ask from you councillors is to accept my motion that I put through this for an area that I live in, I care about very much, as well as you can hear from my debates. That's all I'm asking you. And because I live there, I know what they need. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Parry. Speaker for the motion? Speaker against the motion? No further speakers. Councillor McNamara, I'll ask you to close the debate.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Councillor Parry makes a big deal about his Lakes Estate, my area. I just want to remind Councillor Parry, through you, Mr. Mayor, and the CEO and councillors, that it is not his area. It is the City of Swan. And the facility that we're building is not for and will not be dedicated especially and only to the Lakes area residents. It is to be built because, number one, it was clearly identified as a major need for the the residents of Ballajura, number one, and the residents of the City of Swan, number two. Entry into the Lakes Estate is not by passport. And Councillor Parry creates a situation that you have to, people from Ballajura visit the Lakes Estate. I am living about 200 metres from the Lakes Estate, Mr. Mayor and councillors. 200 metres. I lived in it for 1 year before I built elsewhere. And it's a beautiful place. Of course it's a beautiful place. It's a beautiful place because the ratepayers of the City of Swan actually help to keep it beautiful. That's what keeps it beautiful. This issue about responsibilities. Number one, I'll put my glasses back on if you don't mind, Mr. Mayor. The concerns number one was the height and overlooking. The concerns number two were the actual vegetation being cut down, and number three was the buffer zone. All of these are catered for and looked after. Every single one of those, and as Councillor Parry says, we didn't fight them because they weren't an issue at the time. We fought the big picture. What did we fight, Mr. Mayor? We fought aged people looking for a home. That's what we fought.
Point of order, Mr. Mayor. That is completely incorrect. We fought the height, scale and density of the aged care facility, not against aged people.
Yeah, I think he's right, Councillor McNamara, so we didn't
Mr.
fight
Mayor,
the old people.
What I'm saying is that the setbacks were never raised at all, ever, until this particular motion of rezoning. They were never raised in this issue. They were never raised. The heights, the trees, the vegetation and the buffer zone all rolled one after the other. When one was satisfied, the other one, because at this stage it's a new issue every single time. And the big issue is the need, and the only reason I'm here, Mr. Mayor, the only reason I'm standing for, it's not for trees or for buffer zones or for whatever, it's for the facilities that we need for our aged folks.
Thank you.
What is needed.
Councillor McNamara,
Thank
that's
you
your
very
time.
much, Mr. Mayor. Much appreciated.
Now, the motion, those in favour? 1, 2. Motion is lost. Takes us now to Councillor Parry's motion. Councillor Parry.
I'll just read out the bold points if you don't mind, Mr. Mayor. Or the reds, sorry. So D in page 35. So that says all buildings must be set back no closer than 10 metres from the zone secondary street boundary with Alexander Drive, that is north and south of Paradise Quays. Point E is all existing street trees on the Paradise Quays and Alexander Drive abutting the proposed development shall not be removed. Pardon? I read that. And south, I've said that already. Thank you. So number 4, which is on page 37, councillors, upon final approval of the scheme amendment, offer the majority of the lot 501 Paradise Quays ... if you don't mind. Point 7, retain the original entry statement and associated constructed walls for the Lakes Estate entry on both sides on Paradise Quays and Alexander Drive. 8, request staff to discuss with relevant agencies about the retention of fauna or flora that is of significance to the Noongar people and provide opportunities for retention. Point 9, request City staff to highlight through the EOI process. A, any R60 built form development shall be positioned closer towards Alexander Drive and away from existing residences. B, any R60 built form developments on the northern side that face Paradise Quays, the visual impact of the third storey build component must be less visible from street level. C, any built form development on the northern side is staggered throughout the development site to limit a continuous linear built form development. And point 10, record the reason for changing the officer's recommendation is these changes are to clearly articulate many of the concerns regarding scale and density and the amenity expressed by the Balladura community while ensuring that Balladura receives their much needed aged care facility.
Seconder. Councillor Henderson, is there anyone against? There is. Wish to debate it? Yes. Okay. Councillor Parry, you can open the debate.
I'll wait till my final comments, Mr Mayor. Thank you.
Okay. Councillor Henderson, seconder.
Okay, so happy to effectively open the debate. Councillors, we have gone around in circles on this for a long time, and what I see here is a compromise that I think works for the community. Importantly, and very importantly, we've addressed the big elephant in the room, and that was the scale of the original development was way out of the ballpark. None of us, I don't believe any of us, expected that. And it's not surprising at all that the community were up in arms about it. I think the proposal we have here gives less impact on the entrance to the Lakes Estate, and really that's the key here. Having a nice, open, tree-lined entry is very important to that area. It gives it the ambience that it needs. Importantly, though, I don't believe this restricts the development significantly at all. In fact, the developer has an opportunity to assess how they can make it come together for the size of the very significant size of the lot that is remaining. So, in that respect, in those respects, should I say, I think that we've come to a point with this motion that resolves pretty much most of the issues. Indeed, there will always be some that aren't satisfied, but we desperately need aged care in our community. We desperately need this facility built, and the community want it, but they also want to have their say, and I think this motion has enunciated what they've felt was necessary and gets us to a point where we can move forward. So I urge you to support this motion. Thank you, councillors.
Thank you, Councillor Anderson. Councillor McNamara against the motion.
All right. I'm going to repeat myself just to remind councillors that it was Councillor Parry who actually moved the R40, R60 motion. It was Councillor Parry who moved that. And Mr van der Linde has stated and given us assurance that my motion was well within that particular zoning. So that's number one, right? And that's just a reminder to councillors who don't bother and can change their mind at any given time, just because your buddies are changing it. Right, okay. Now, my apologies, I'm not getting personal, I'm just cross and angry. I'm angry because no one is taking into consideration the end result. The end result is that people are going to be hurt. Old people have died waiting for this. Now, the next situation is, now, that's the first thing. My motion was that it was no closer than 2 metres. When, and this is what I discussed this with Mr van der Linde, when the motion came back, when the design comes back from the actual prospective builders and developers, no closer means that it can be 4 metres, it can be 6 metres. It is up to the actual developer to make sure that the land is suitable and the lie of the land actually works for them. So it's not set in stone that it's 2 metres. So basically, that is another issue that, that was it. And if Councillor Parry doesn't know the difference between what R40 and R60 is when he proposed this originally, then that's not my fault. He actually proposed the amendment to make it 40-60. So there's nothing I can do about it if you don't know the rules and regulations. So that's the story. So that's basically it. So I am absolutely disgusted with those who changed their mind and who actually voted against the actual people who deserve this particular situation. I'm totally and utterly disgusted at you, Mr. Mayor, because you changed your mind as well, and I'm disgusted at everybody else. So that's it. Thank you very much indeed.
Speaker for the motion. Speaker against. Councillor Johnson, you wish to speak?
Yeah, I will. Councillors, I just remind you that there are 3 options before us tonight. So we've got, we've heard Councillor McNamara's motion, now we've got Councillor Parry's motion, and there is, of course, an officer's recommendation, which Councillor McNamara has pointed out is pretty much in line with what the community wanted, and the motion that was moved by Councillor Parry. What this motion of Councillor Parry's is doing is trying to seek to shrink the area available for development even more. Remember, we've once removed the environmental buffer from the land area available to be developed. Now we're putting in an additional compulsory setback. We don't need to do that because, as Councillor McNamara has pointed out, it's entirely possible that the developer may put in their own setback. None of the 3 motions is going to remove a row of trees, so the trees will remain. So, councillors, the other thing that I really perhaps need to bring to your attention, Councillor Parry has pointed out that he's made a lot of community feedback on this, and I've been to, I think, at least 2 community meetings myself, and I've heard lots of deputations. But in the lead up to this particular meeting, I believe we had a couple of deputations, but I don't believe they ever spoke about increasing the setbacks. So this is just something new. We've not seen a written, I think, deputation from the president of the Lakes community. Have we seen that? I've not seen it. So, councillors, I think we're off on a flight of fancy here. We don't need to shrink the area any further. We need to recognise that we've got to go ahead with this development. It's more likely to happen, and heck, it needs to happen if we maximise the available land. And we do that if we proceed with the officer's recommendation. So, councillors, I'd urge you to vote against this one and go for the officer's recommendation. Thank you.
Speaker against the motion. Anyone for? No other speakers. I'll speak here just to clarify a couple of points. Just to put Councillor McNamara at rest, I have supported the aged care facility on this site since inception. So to say that I've changed my mind on an aged care facility in Ballajura is not correct. Likewise, most of the councillors in this room have been very supportive in some way, shape or form of the aged care facility in Ballajura. So I don't think that's an issue and it shouldn't be taken against us. But we have been striving for an inordinate amount of time. I would suggest way too long. So what we're faced with now is the option that's going to quell the community resistance so that we can actually finally deliver. And that was the dilemma that I faced when I wanted to decide where we needed to go here. Not the fact of which was better, which was worse, which one was going to quell the resistance within the community so that we can finally deliver. So the only concern I have is that when we go to expression of interest and the proponents say, with what's provided for us, we can't make it work financially. And we may need to consider that at some point in time, councillors. But at least what we're going to work with now, if we support Councillor Parry's motion, is quelling the resistance within the community, or the better part of it, so we can finally move on and go and find an operator that can possibly make this work. So thank you, councillors, on that. And with that, I'll put the motion. Sorry. I'll ask Councillor Parry to close the debate, and I'll remind you, Councillor Parry, it's rebuttal.
Yeah, I've got it.
Well, generally when the presiding officer has spoken, it is the end of debate, Councillor. So, Councillor Parry, your right of reply.
You basically took the words out of my mouth, Mr. Mayor. That's very good of you. Now, in regards
I
to...
thought you needed some help, Councillor.
I don't need all the help, sir. You know that better than most people. In regards to the comments in regards to, well, who's this for? The aged care of the developer. Well, it's not for either. It's for the community. It's about the community and serving the community. And my motion clearly serves the community. How do I know that? Because I've consulted with the community. It's not like this is nitpicking. This has been a thorough process after I've had the first meeting on the first Monday after I received the agenda and had consultations afterwards. All these points are reasonable. They are put in line with community expectations. That's what we want. Now, if you put it this way, I'll put my name on the motion I've raised. It's as simple as that. If you want someone to bat for you, have me to bat for you in regards to getting this development over the line in the current form. That's what I'm willing to put my name to. It's as simple as that. So that's why I'm asking you to support me, councillors. So at that, we'll have the vote, please, Mr. Mayor.
Just before we close the debate, Councillor McNamara, the CEO has suggested I might ask you to withdraw some of those comments you made in the event there are no further repercussions from them. Well, I don't have the opportunity to do that right just now, so in that case now I'll put it put it to vote. Those in favour? Are all for, with the exception of Councillor Johnson and Councillor McNamara. The motion is carried. Please recall Councillor Congleton.
Excuse me, Mayor, can I just make it just a point of order? I just wanted to just clarify some of the language about community, because it's not about in my mind, it's not about quelling community resistance. It's about satisfying community desires, and I just think that's a good way to think about it. You know, I take your point.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, now, Councillor, now to item 4.7, the proposed change of use restaurant to tavern at lot 211, 2931 West Swan Road, Caversham. A motion from Councillor Kiley.
Mayor, before I do, I just want to make a comment about Councillor McNamara's comments. I didn't feel they were out of order, and I thought it was part of the debate. That's just a comment.
That's fine. It was just a suggestion and a discussion with the CEO.
Understood. We accept sometimes that Councillor McNamara gets a little bit hot under the collar, as do we all at times.
Well, let's move on. We've done that one.
Councillors, my motion is to refuse the application for the proposed change of use from restaurant to tavern at lot 211 West Swan Road, Caversham, for the following reasons. The proposal is inconsistent with Part 4.9.3 of Local Planning Scheme Number 17, whereby the proposed use is equal to or more detrimental to the amenity of the locality than the existing non-conforming use and is further from the intended purpose of the zone. And 2, the proposal is inconsistent with the planning objectives for Area B as listed in the Swan Valley Planning Act 1995. And I'll leave it at that. There's other reasons, but we'll go into those, I'm sure.
Okay. Do I have a seconder? I do. Councillor Henderson, I think you were first. Is there anyone against? There is. You wish to debate it, Councillor? Okay. Councillor Coley, you having a debate?
Thank you, Mayor. Councillors, can I draw your attention to page 344 of the agenda? It says there that the site does not contain any approvals pertaining to an intensive agriculture use. And if you recall, Amendment 176 was to ensure that we had intensive agricultural use in conjunction with any approvals for a tavern or a restaurant and the like. This existing restaurant or proposed tavern does not have any intensive agricultural use as part of its operations. The premises, the site does not contain any approvals pertaining to an intensive agriculture use. The tavern use class as a standalone use is not permitted in the zone. I would expect that would therefore be an ex-use. And, if you wrote it in another way, it would be an ex-use within this zone. I don't see how it got to this point where we're looking to approve it. But it does go on to say under a local planning scheme that we can permit a non-conforming use, which it is, If it is less detrimental to the amenity of the locality than the existing non-conforming use. Now that goes to, we've got to ask ourselves, is this application for a tavern going to be less detrimental to the amenity of the area? And in my view, it will be. It will be more detrimental, not less detrimental. We go to the objectives of Area B under the Swan Valley Planning Act. The encouragement of tourist facilities, provided that they do not detract from the rural character of the area. And I say that this tavern will detract from the rural character of the area. Not only will it involve the service of alcohol, people standing up, moving around, drinking alcohol. Effectively, we're just approving a pub. We'll be approving a pub restaurant if we go ahead with this, approve this application. In the time that I've got, the Swan Valley Planning Committee looked at this on page 345. It was referred to the Swan Valley Planning Committee, which recommended to the city that the application be refused. It does not suit, it mentions two objectives there, you can have a look at those. 8.7, the discouragement of uses that are incompatible with the rural character and traditional agricultural activities of the area. And if I could ask you to go to page 357, you'll have a look at the extent of the development. We are going to end up with a large, so that's page 357. You look at the overflow parking area. It's extending into an area which, by all accounts, should be planted under some sort of intensive, or has the potential to be planted under some intensive agricultural use. Instead, we're going to end up with a massive car park. We've got a car park existing on West Swan Road. There is a proposed additional 42 parking bays aside an existing residence. And we are also extending into prime agricultural land by having an overflow area which will never be planted because it's going to have, it'll be always left open as an overflow parking area. Now, to the far west of that block is Avana Loop in Caversham. These are residents that are in my ward and Councillor Catalano's ward as well, Councillor Lucas's. Avana Loop, I don't know if they've been consulted as to whether they're going to have a large, dusty overflow car parking area right at their rear fence. And if I could just ask through you, Mayor, just pause the time that I'm allowed and ask staff whether the people at Avana Loop were notified of this application.
Mr. Russell.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you. Page 343 sets out the public consultation methodology, and it says a letter to all landowners within 100 metres surrounding the subject site and to all local interest group. So if we look at the map, so you can see within 100 metres it's going to be the those lots on the what would be the eastern side of Avana Loop, and then the southern side, as you can see in the aerial photo. Yes, those would have been within the threshold, 100-metre threshold of consultation.
Don't think I've got access to that map, so thank you, Mr. Russell. Mine doesn't print out. Oh, I apologise, I do have that, thank you. I'll point you then to the application underwent public consultation with 6 objections received towards the proposal. The concerns raised: tavern being standalone development and non-conforming use. Why is over-the-counter service of alcohol required? Antisocial behaviour, impact on rural amenity, insufficient parking available on site, and West Swan Road incapable of handling increased traffic. These are not reasons for refusal, but we did get objections to this. Councillors, this is a non-conforming use to start with, and we are adding an additional use which is further non-conforming and not permitted in the zone. We shouldn't be approving this. We are ending up with a large hotel, or not a hotel, a restaurant that serves alcohol, which could effectively, in my view, would be a pub. And if you do recall, on the opposite Sandalford Winery, we did reject a large complex there going back a little while, where they did want to put in a large complex, a service station and a tavern. I think we unanimously rejected that application. Why are we now turning around and approving this in another format on another site just in a nearby location? So I encourage you to reject this. It's an overdevelopment of the site. We end up with a large car park. It's totally not in accordance with the intent of the Swan Valley Planning Act and supported by the Swan Valley Planning Committee. Thank you.
Councillor Henderson is the seconder.
Thank you. Just to add to Councillor Kiley's outline, we went through a significant process to improve the Swan Valley Planning Act. That process was a long and arduous and tough one over several governments. And fortunately, that's now been finalised, and the only changes are to improve or to get the scheme working. But part of the use class table within the new proposals is that a tavern is an ex-use, and that's fundamental to the reason that we should refuse this. If you look at the site, it's overdeveloped. Significantly more than 50% of the lot is developed, and the vines that remain, if that is in any way commercial in terms of supporting a tourism activity on the site, I'd be very, very surprised, and perhaps others might be able to respond to that. The key thing for me is that this is nothing more than a restaurant that belongs in an urban setting. It's then expanded to be effectively a tavern. In other words, it's what I call creep planning, and from my perspective, the new Act changes are there to stop that. I'll just make comment also about the site. Of an evening, you can drive down West Swan Road. It's lit up like a Christmas tree. Already, it's starting to look like something that's not rural, and it shouldn't have all the I guess bunting in terms of lighting. I don't know how you describe that, but it's not what I call rural character in any way. So, councillors, I support the motion. I wasn't at the Swan Valley Planning Committee meeting when that decision was made, but from the minutes we can see that they don't approve of it, and the Swan Valley Planning Committee has been active in terms of trying to improve the Swan Valley, improve the Act, and make it a much more friendly area as opposed to what I'll call a highly developed urban activity. So, councillors, please support Councillor Kiley's motion.
Councillor Lucas is Speaker against the motion.
Thank you. Yes, in the Swan Valley, but as pointed out by Councillor Kiley, backs onto residential. So if this was a new application, it wouldn't make the mark. But pasture in the valley, I'm not sure how many councillors have been there, is there. It's currently approved as a restaurant. It currently serves alcohol. But to get an alcoholic drink, you must go to the bar, order your drink, then go back to your table and wait for the wait staff to bring your drink to you. You're not allowed to take your drink back to your own table. And this is what the tavern licence will allow the owner and operator to do. Allow adults to carry their own drink back to their own table. So I've read the report quite thoroughly. Traffic management, there's been a traffic consultant engaged and said there's no issues with the additional traffic this might generate. Extra parking's being made available, an additional patio and an extra 42 bays, 340 square metres of sage shales. But here's the kink for me. An additional 1,100 square metres of vines will be growing on that property, which will only add to the rural character. It is in the Swan Valley, and the owner is planting 1,100 square metres of vines to hide the car park, to add to the ambience. The building's already there, so he's not asking for anything really more other than a patio and some sage shales. I don't know how many councillors I've said have been there, but this is family friendly. I've taken my grandchildren on a number of occasions. They can go up to a small pasta machine with a sheet of pasta and they can make their own spaghetti. They can make fettuccine Alfredo, the wide stuff, the skinny spaghetti. They love it. This bloke is really on a gold mine. Yes, it is busy on school holidays and on weekends. Why? Because parents who live in the subdivision behind it and backs right up to it want somewhere reasonably cheap, of reasonable quality, and is fun to entertain the kids. So let's go back onto the other issues why it shouldn't be allowed. And one point I wanted to talk about was that although Councillor Kiley considers it perhaps less detrimental to the rural item, on the key points, the last dot point, city staff consider the proposed change to the use of tavern will be less detrimental to the amenity of the locality than the existing restaurant, as this proposal also includes the planting of approximately 1,100 square metres of vines as landscaping, which will be considered to further strengthen the rural appearance of the premises. Additionally, the planting of the additional vines on the site is considered to support objectives of Area B of the Swan Valley Planning Act set out to achieve in the Swan Valley region. So the owner is going to plant an additional 1,100 square metres of vines. He's already, if you've gone there, since he last came and presented, has already planted additional vines to the southern end of the car park, and as soon as those vines mature, the car park will be pretty well screened as you're heading north on West Swan Road. There were a couple of objections. Gee, everyone's entitled to objections, but we had 6. So it says it's a non-conforming use. Well, it is, but it already is there. This is an ancillary application. Antisocial behaviour. I've been there on more than a dozen occasions with my grandchildren, with my wife. I've never seen any antisocial behaviour. Rural amenity, additional built form and car park. The car park's going to be hidden behind the restaurant, so you won't even see it from the road. Insufficient parking. Well, not only is he putting in additional 40-plus bays, there will be additional overflow parking on grass, which won't create a lot of dust, particularly in the wetter months. And the West Swan Road unable to handle traffic, or the traffic engineering and our own city staff have said that's not an issue. The West Swan Road's capable of doing it. So I don't believe there is any reasonable way that you could not accept this. It's the recommendation of the city officers that it should be approved, and I'll leave it at that. Thank you, Mr Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Lucas. Speaker for the motion? Speaker against the motion? Councillor Catalano speaking.
Against.
Okay.
Yes. And it's going to be very short, but I just wanted to let Council know that quite a lot of people in Caversham, they really want what they call a CavTav, which is basically a tavern for Caversham. And this looks like it might satisfy that. And I think that people have to socialise. It's a new suburb, and it fits the bill. So that's why I'm going to support it, because the people of Caversham need to have a tavern. They want a tavern, and I think this is a great opportunity for them to have that.
Thank you, Councillor Catalano. Any further speakers? No further speakers. Councillor Kiley, I ask you to close the debate.
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to touch on the idea of 1,100 square metres of extra vines. If you look at any of the maps, councillors, you'll see that in the original approval, they would have had a landscape plan. You look at some of the photographs that are there, aerial photographs, you'll see that the areas which they're saying they're putting vines into have vines there already. They're not adding any more. You look along the side, any of the areas they're suggesting that we're having more vines, somehow adding more 1,100 square metres or so, it's a bit of a furphy in my view. They would have had a landscaping plan in the first place for around the existing site, which they would have had to plant out. And saying they're adding in more is sort of stealing from one area and putting in another. It's not the case. There's a reason Councillor Lucas says that this is a family-friendly gold mine. It's reasonably cheap, fun, safe, and families want to go there. The reason is, councillors, because you don't have people who've somewhat intoxicated walking from the bar back to your past your family, spilling drinks over them.
Point of order, Mr. Mayor.
Well,
yes, Councillor Lucas.
The responsible service of alcohol, there shouldn't be any inebriated people being served drinks. Thank you.
Thank you. Carry on, Councillor Coley.
Well, in an ideal world, Councillor Lucas, that would happen, but unfortunately I don't take my family out to bars and pubs to sit down and have a counter meal and enjoy those people being responsibly served alcohol. This place is a gold mine. It has got a great reputation, and it's got a great reputation because they have responsible service of alcohol, and they get people to bring it to the table. It's good for families. We want to keep it that way. It's good for the valley. But we don't want to turn this into a tavern just for the sake of people being able to go up to the bar, get more beer, get it quicker, indulge in potentially excessive drinking. This is going to result in more parking bays. This is the result. More people will come here, more people will spend money. It says they want 42 more parking bays and potentially another, I forget how many extra the overflow area would take. But once we turn this into a tavern, we're going to get people turning up from Caversham wanting to have a drink when they can go up to Beaches instead of they've got a local up in Beaches. They can go to Guildford. There's other places we can go. They don't have to have a pub over their back fence, and effectively this is what will happen if we approve this. I really encourage you to do it. I cannot see why it is not clearly stated that this is an ex-use. It clearly is. We shouldn't be doing this to the valley. We should be supporting the intent of the new Swan Valley Act, and especially the people who represent the Swan Valley in these the committee. What am I talking about? Help me here, David. The Swan Valley Planning Committee. We should be supporting the community in their intent to preserve the valley. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Spot on 3 minutes. Well done. Okay, now put the motion. Those in favour? 1, 2, 3. Motion is lost. Mover for the officer's recommendation, move Councillor Lucas.
Amendment? Could I add an amendment to that?
The motion has been lost. It's been carried.
No amendment to the officers. I just want to clarify the use of the word grassed.
Well, first of all, have I got a seconder? I haven't, Councillor McCulloch. You want to propose a motion to clarify the term grass?
Well, I have a problem with being called grassed areas when in actual fact they're a fake turf being put over areas. I think it should be stated clearly, especially in the Swan Valley or horticultural area, that we either have grassed areas or we have synthetic turfed areas. Can I ask that the report reflect whether they're having turf, synthetic turf, or actual grass?
Yeah. Mr. Russell? Memory serves you correctly. The applicant at the agenda forum stated that they were using synthetic turf. There's photos there to indicate that. Am I correct, Mr. Russell?
Technical problems, Mr. Mayor, with this defective microphone. Never mind. Thank you. Look, I don't know, Mr. Mayor, I don't know whether the motion can, or any motion can reflect the nature of a council report in the agenda. You can change the recommendation, you can change the conditions. And on that note, I'm not even sure, I'll have to go through and read that the report actually makes any mention to the fake turf, but be that as it may, I don't see in the conditions, draft conditions, anything that mentions that. Perhaps, Mr. Mayor, if Councillor Kiley is keen to ensure that the overflow parking area, or if we look at condition 7, for example, vehicle parking, access and circulation areas must be sealed, curbed, drained and maintained. You might choose to modify that condition to say, in relation to sealing, to be of wear of grass, of natural grass and not of fake astroturf or something to that effect. So there's options to address that concern in the nature of modifications to any of those conditions. But for what it's worth, I recall at the agenda forum where the question was put to the applicant, Mr. Menchetti, he clearly indicated if it's council's design not to have it with fake turf, then he's happy to have an alternative. So there's many ways to skin this cat, Mr. Mayor.
Could I just add another condition of approval that where... Sorry, Councillor Henderson? The overflow parking or any parking provided on site, the use of synthetic turf not be permitted.
Yeah, put it as a condition, I suppose. If you move it as an amendment. Councillor Scotty? I said you could move it as an amendment.
Yes, that's moved. So moved.
That's
Mayor.
acceptable by me as the mover, Mr. Mayor, because I think he's not going to put synthetic turf down for cars to park on it.
It's been accepted. It's in. It's now part of the motion, so I'll go back to where I was. Is anyone against? Staff recommendation with that amendment.
Councillor Henderson's against.
Councillor Henderson's against. You don't wish to debate it? Yep, that's there. That's already been concluded. Okay. So in that case, I'll vote those in favour. The staff recommendation. It's carried. Those against are Councillor Johnson and Councillor Henderson.
Sorry, Mayor, was that for the amendment or for the substantive
Staff
motion?
recommendation with the amendment. It was accepted by the mover.
Oh, can I change my vote to no, because overall, substantively, I don't agree with the tavern.
Okay. There's 3 against.
Thank you.
Okay, so now go to... Now move councillors to 4.10, demolition of an existing house and construction of a single house at Lot 21, number 12, Meadow Street, and a motion from Councillor Scanlon.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. My alternate motion is identical to the officer's recommendation for approval with 2 conditions added. Number 10, the vehicle crossovers are to be constructed of red bitumen or brick. And number 11, all due care to be taken to protect the large verge trees and their root system from construction materials and vehicles, and no parking of vehicles under the trees.
The seconder? Councillor Johnson.
I have a question when you're ready, Mr. Mayor.
Question, Councillor Lucas.
Thank you. To Councillor Scanlon, I just want you to clarify no parking of vehicles under the trees. Is that just during construction period? So
yes, that's specifically relating to construction vehicles, and I'm happy to modify the wording.
So no parking of vehicles under the trees during construction?
Yep, I accept that.
Add that in. Okay, that's now the motion. I have a mover and a seconder. Is anyone against?
I have a question, Mr. Mayor.
Question, Councillor Barry.
Can I ask the mover if she got confirmation in regards to the red bitumen or brick from the owner, please?
Councillor Scanlon.
Thank you. Yes, I spoke to the applicant on the phone yesterday and he's in agreement. He thinks that it'll look good and he's happy to do so.
Thank you. Okay. Is there any further questions before I put the vote? Those in favour? Unanimous. Beautiful. Thank you. Councillor now move to 5.2, the construction of Henley Brook Avenue, Nangarra Road to Reed Highway. Councillor Henderson has declared a proximity and is leaving the chamber. Councillor Zanino.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, councillors. I rise to move that the Council resolve to 1. Put on hold all works and land resumptions in relation to the Henley Brook Avenue south of Park Street. 2. Immediately contact the Minister for Transport Planning for confirmation on the proposals and discussions recently held with community groups with regard to the future of Henley Brook Avenue, including any alternative alignments. 3. Upon receival of advice from the Minister's office in regard to point 2 above, the City officers give a presentation to a future City of Swan briefing meeting to provide updated information, seek direction and advice from the Council, including proposed methods of community consultation moving forward. 4. Record the reasons for changing the officer's recommendation as 1. As noted in the City of Swan agenda, item 5.2, 17th of March, it is highlighted that the Henley Brook Avenue is a blue road in the Metropolitan Region scheme, and therefore its planning control is under the West Australian Planning Commission through the Department of Planning, Lands and Heritage, thereby supporting this recommendation. 2. Given the relevant and important community concerns raised on the current proposals regarding the Henley Brook Avenue, it is necessary to seek immediate clarification and advice from the state government as a matter of priority.
Seconder. Councillor Parry.
Amendment, Mayor.
Proposing amendment.
Under point 1, make it south of Nangara Road, not south of Park Street.
Mover and a seconder.
I'd like to ask a question of Mr. Coaten.
Yep, Mr. Coaten.
Is that going to create any problems with that section?
Well, there's no construction work planned in the immediate future by the City on that section south of Nangara Road. If that answers your question, I guess the comments that I made to Councillor Zanino in relation to that were probably just getting some clarity from staff around put on hold all works. And from the discussions with Councillor Zanino, I understand that that's more than just construction works, that's also the traffic modelling and planning and other things as well. But in relation to the specific question, there won't be any construction works in the immediate future in that area.
Mr. Mayor, on that basis, I'm happy to accept the amendment, Nangara Road.
Seconder? Okay, that becomes part of the motion. Perhaps for the benefit of Councillor Zeno, could you clarify the term hold all works? Because I think Mr. Coaten has a view that that's a lot more than just construction.
Hold all works. I mean, obviously it's to put everything on hold. I mean, it's not going to be forever. I'm sure that there's no actual machinery or construction or anything happening, because at the end of the day, the officers could be doing a whole heap of work behind the scenes, and then dependent on the response from the Minister's office, they may have done all that work for nothing. Therefore, I think that putting all the works on hold until you get a response from the Minister's office or the state government, then that clarifies everything and we can proceed.
Councillor Cole, you got a question?
Just a further amendment, if we could add in with the exception of traffic modelling.
I just had a question in relation to this item, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, well, I think Councillor Coley wants to put something, so move in the seconder.
I'm sure that traffic modelling can proceed.
Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Conkerton.
So I would like to ask the question of Mr. Coaten, please. There are other works that may be involved other than construction or land resumptions. I'd like to know what areas of this project can the staff entertain, as again what the staff in this respect of this motion need to cease. So we talked about construction and we've got traffic modelling is okay to go. Can I please ask Mr. Coaten to clarify?
Mr. Coaten.
I'm not quite sure what you want me to clarify, Councillor Congot, and staff will do whatever council resolve. We'll stop whatever work council tell us to stop.
Yeah, I guess through you, Mr. Mayor, Mr. Coton, there's been a discussion about stopping construction and about not stopping traffic modelling. The discussion about holding off on construction, is there works required on any dealings with the land resumptions? That can continue in the background.
There's no construction work planned in that section in the immediate future, so that wouldn't delay things. In relation to the land resumption, we're currently negotiating with 22 landowners for purchase of their property, and so some of those are at advanced stages. So if we were to put those on hold, yeah, I think we would. My understanding from the motion is that we will be putting those on hold and we'll be stopping negotiation with those 22 landowners. And in addition, there's land that's being handed over to us from the WA Planning Commission and the Department of Communities as well. So my understanding from the motion is that all of those land transfers, land transactions will stop.
So further question, and through you, Mr. Mayor, then, is part of the motion is bringing this back to a SWAN briefing for councillors to go through the broad spectrum of all of this to encompass everything that's been discussed. So how far away is that coming back to council?
Mr. Coton?
Well, it depends on what council want us to bring back. So obviously the traffic modelling is still ongoing. There's meetings with Main Roads and Department of Planning in relation to the grade separation and things like that. I'm assuming that council intend that we would continue with those sort of things and collecting that information for the briefing. And I think I mentioned at the agenda forum last week, I know the briefing sessions are fairly booked up, so realistic, and depending on how long it takes to get a response from the Minister's office as well. But so it really depends how much information you want in the in that briefing, but it would be, several months. And I think I said last time probably be the middle of the year before we actually got it booked in for a briefing anyway.
So, Mr. Mayor, for clarity then, the words put on hold all works and land resumptions mean we pull a halt to everything, including because the traffic modelling that's going on in the background would be commensurate with a whole bunch of stuff in terms of land resumptions.
Councillor Zanetta, yeah? Hang on a second before you do. Sorry, Charlie. Mr. Van Lin's got a comment.
My apologies, Mr. Mayor, but I think it's important that I just also clarify, in addition to what Mr. Coton has identified and what is currently being done in that area, with the recent approval of the structure plan for Henley Brook, we are currently preparing a developer contribution plan for that area that contemplates contributions to the construction of, specifically for that area, to the construction of Henley Brook between Park and Ngara, and are currently actually negotiating with Mirvac a deed for them to contribute to the improvements to intersections on that road. We also continue, as part of normal process, to take contributions in terms of approved developer contribution plans from any developer within the Urban Growth Corridor to the construction of the whole of Henley Brook. So those actions are happening, and one perhaps they need clarification on whether that should halt as well.
Councillor Zanetta.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The comments that Mr. Van der Linde just made was one of the reasons why I chose to have in the my original motion from south of Park Street, because that way it does not interfere with what the council is doing from Park Street through back north to Nangara Road. Also, it's not going to interfere with any grade separation at Nangara Road, and it's not going to interfere with any grade separations and modelling which is going on for West Swan Road and Reed Highway. All I'm saying is that from south of Park Street. And yes, what Councillor Congleton said, yes, everything gets put on hold because at the moment, as we've been told, land resumptions are being negotiated. Now, I am led to believe that one of the options which could eventuate, and I think that city staff are aware of this, is that Henley Brook Avenue should come through and then go straight through into Yuildene and through to Drumpelia. Now, if that was to eventuate, then what is the use of going and acquiring all these land resumptions and paying millions of dollars from virtually from Yuildene through to south, through to Reid Highway? Therefore, that's what I'm saying, it should be put on hold. We need to go and get clarification through the Minister's office what the state government wants to do, what alignment is going to be, chosen, and therefore then once we have a clear understanding from the state government on how they want to proceed, then we can come back and then make decisions, informed decisions, on that information.
Mr Mayor,
Councillor,
question. Looking at number 1, I can't recall now with the debate going back and forth in the staff, has Nangar Road been voted on as being included in by the mover and the seconder?
Well,
no, has it?
Yes.
It has? Yes. Okay, so that's already in there?
Yeah.
Okay, so in order to, procedurally, we would have to undo that to go back to where we were?
That's correct. So you need to move a motion that Nangar be removed to go back to what you really want to do through to Park Street.
So, Mr Mayor, can I move that amendment then?
I'll move it.
Charlie's the move of the motion.
Yes,
so
I'm happy to move that we go back to the original motion, which is south of Park Street.
Okay. Is all right? Is that correct? Can Councillor's in or not? Or can he not now as the mover and someone else has to do it for him? Just confirm that for me.
Through you, Mr Mayor, I think it would be acceptable if the mover and seconder retracted their acceptance of that, and then it could be put to debate if the mover of the amendment still wanted that amendment debated, then that could occur.
Of the motion in the first place, the amendment retracted.
Oh, so you retracted. Okay, so right, I'll accept that. It comes out. Right, so it's back to Nangar Road. Mr CEO.
Mr Mayor, I just want to remind that Councillor Kiley, we've still got adding to Part 1 with the exception of the traffic modelling still that hasn't been decided, so we need to deal with that.
So Councillor Kiley wanted to include the work on traffic modelling to continue as part of it. So, move it.
Once again, Mr Mayor, if you go and get the officers to do all this work on traffic modelling without actually knowing the alignment of the future road, they could be doing work which is totally lost.
So you don't want to include that?
And it's useless. Therefore, I think that everything needs to be put on hold, as I said, until we get clear. And this may not take as long as, you may think, because...
No traffic modelling will suffice. Thank you, Councillor.
Because the CEO can get a very...
You're starting debate now, Charlie, so you don't want to include traffic modelling as amendment and a seconder? No, you want... Okay. All right, so we're back to the motion as it was. Unless, Councillor Kiley, you want to move it as a motion and get a seconder.
When I talk about traffic modelling, I talk to the broader area of movement from Allenbrook down through to Reid Highway, through Drumpelia and West Swan Road. So I would assume that in understanding the total movements of traffic, Mr Coaten, we would need some sort of modelling for the total area so that we understand the need for Yuildene inclusion or to stop or go ahead with the works. Is that correct, or am I wrong?
A range of traffic modelling is going on. What the motion is proposing is that traffic modelling be put on hold until we've got confirmation from the Minister's office, is my understanding, and then depending on that, then presumably the traffic modelling would continue after that time. I think that's how I would interpret it.
Mr Coaten, would it be the traffic modelling for the broader area or traffic modelling specific to Henley Brook Avenue?
Well, it will be all traffic modelling that's based around making decisions in relation to Henley Brook Avenue. So, yeah.
Councillor Catalano.
That traffic modelling, that's being done by Main Roads at the moment, though, is it not?
There's a range of traffic modelling that's been going on in this area.
So the city's been doing traffic modelling as well, have they?
In the October meeting, Council resolved for the city to undertake some traffic modelling in relation to the possible closure of Walcott Avenue.
Walcott. Are you doing any other traffic modelling?
There is some that we're involved with the state government, but so there's a range of traffic models that are being undertaken in relation to this that we would just, if this motion is adopted, we would just put them on hold.
Okay. Just one other question on the traffic modelling. Is it taking into account Great Northern Highway as well in the mix?
The Main Roads traffic model would cover that area.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Right, councillors, I'll get back to the motion. I've got a mover and a seconder. Sorted out all amendments and not amendments. So is there anyone against the motion?
Mayor, I haven't had the amendment voted on yet.
Okay. Well, do you want to move? What do you want to move as an amendment?
I still think that the traffic modelling is needed to understand whether we need this road or not in the future.
Okay, well, a mover and a seconder have said no for the traffic model.
Well,
you're going to propose a motion.
I propose a motion, but put it to the vote because I think
propose
that's
an amendment. The traffic model will be included.
Yeah,
to continue. Do you have a seconder? Councillor Catalano, second. Okay. Is there anyone against?
Got a question. Is there actually any benefit to doing traffic modelling if we're fundamentally going to change the alignments of the road?
Can I answer that, Mayor? We have to understand the movement of traffic from Allenbrook north and south through from Reed Highway through to Allenbrook by whatever means, West Swan Road, Drumpalia, Great Northern Highway. We have to understand the volumes of traffic.
Yeah, well, you start debating now, I suppose. But
Mr. Mayor,
Councillor Zanino's motion says exactly what you're saying, Councillor Johnson, is that why are we going to do it if we're going to change it? That's
I understand that, but I want to hear from the staff whether they think there's any point in doing traffic modelling.
Well, Mr. Coaten?
I don't wish to enter the debate, Mr. Mayor, but traffic modelling has been done. Discussions with Department of Planning, Main Roads, city staff. Our opinion is conclusive that this road is needed. It is needed on that alignment. The volumes will substantiate that, and whatever traffic modelling is done will substantiate that.
Thanks, Mr. Coaten. So, Mr. Van Lien.
Mr. Mayor, my apologies again, but I think I have to highlight again, in addition to what Mr. Coaten has said, we are also preparing developer contribution plan in that area. It is important for us to get that developer contribution plan to council as quickly as possible to ensure that we secure contributions from developers. If we don't have a developer contribution plan in place, the risk to the city is quite high that we may lose out on contributions. Now, based on the current planning, that road is required, and all the planning and the developer contribution plans and the scheme amendments for those areas to the south of Park Street have been approved by the Minister. So to undo those, you actually have to do a scheme amendment and take it back to the Minister to undo that. So if we hold that work in preparing the DCPs for 6 months, it puts the city at risk that we lose contributions for developments based on what has already been approved. So you're in a bit of a tangle in the sense that if the alignment is not changed, you may then lose out on contributions that you could have had. So, in my view, it would be prudent to continue with the traffic modelling based on current approved alignments of roads, so that you can continue that work that is quite important.
Thank you, Mr. Van Lien. So you've moved the amendment. Councillor Catalano has seconded it. Councillors, anyone against the amendment that Councillor Kiley is proposing?
Can I just ask you to clarify, please?
Good, Mayor. The amendment was to continue with the traffic modelling so that we have an understanding
of...
of...
works, but continue with the traffic modelling. Mr. CEO?
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor. So it's in point 1. So if you just go up, Megan, to point 1. So it will be including within there, with the exception of traffic modelling. So staff can still continue with that.
Okay. So those in favour of the amendment? 1, 2, 3. It's unanimous. Okay, so it's now part of it. So now we go back. I've got a mover and a second. Is anyone against Councillor Zanino's motion? They're not. We'll declare it carried. Jesus. Now move to 5.4, the removal of parking bays Egerton Drive, Averley on the intersection of Alvada Parade. Councillor Kiley.
Mayor, I wish to not refuse it, but to remove just one parking bay to the southernmost point where Egerton Drive intersects with Alvada Parade. I think that would satisfy the requirements for setback from intersections. So I apologise for the change, but so it would be for removal of only one parking bay.
So you're not moving that motion, you change it to move it to 4. Is there a seconder? It's Caroline. Is there anyone against? Yeah, so am I. So, question, Councillor McCulloch.
A question to staff: with the removal of the one bay, is that going to satisfy the setbacks?
Sightlines.
It would improve the sight distance, but not to the same extent that removal of 4 would.
I think if we get clarification around that answer, I think, does it meet the Australian standard setback requirements?
No. If you read the report, Councillor, it says you remove 4, it still doesn't meet the setback requirements. Okay, so I've got a move and a second. There are people against. So, Councillor Colley, can you make up your mind what you want to do it, and you can open the debate.
I think removing 1 for the interim, we can possibly look at the 4 at a later point, but I believe it, as I point out, this removal of the 4 will end up in increased traffic speeding rather than decreasing it. I don't think we should be taking away the amenity and parking of the community. If you look at the complaints or the objections, there were 3 submissions, and if you look carefully at the submissions, all 3 of them were concerned about the loss of parking and access to their own property in front of the parking in front of their property. So I think we should be listening to the residents. We can do this in stages. We can just simply see how this performs with the loss of 1 parking bay. I don't see the need to be continually taking away people's parking just to increase potentially the speeds of vehicles in the area, which was the reason for it in the first place. So it's as simple as that. I think we can just look at 1 for the moment and see how it goes.
Councillor Carolina, as a seconder.
Yes, thank you. I mean, I have to agree with everything that Councillor Kiley says, but I just think that it's a very, Averley is a very car-based suburb, and we have to be mindful of that. People have got to park their cars somewhere. At the end of the day, less parking bays leaves us with the kind of dissatisfaction from residents that we've got in other suburbs, and I would hate to see that happen up there. And also, I do agree that if it stops cars from from cars going so fast on those roads, then that's actually probably a good thing. Although I know people are inconvenienced by that, but at the end of the day, it is a residential suburb, and people have to live there and drive there and park the cars there. Thank you.
Thank you. Speaker against the motion. Councillor Lucas.
Thank you. To me, this all comes back to a safety issue. Having looked at the report and the number of cars in excess of 7,000 per day, reading on the details on page 522, the current sight distance at Egerton Drive and Alvada Parade is 20 metres. A car doing 50 kilometres per hour, if it's doing the speed limit, will cover that in 1.5 seconds, which is the reaction time. So if they saw a car pulling out in front of them, a child crossing the road, they'd already have travelled that 20 metres and be at the intersection even before they could apply their foot to the brake. When I read the comments from resident 1, they talk about being the first to a serious crash where a person was hit by a vehicle, and said, whilst I'd be disappointed to lose the parking bays at the front of my home, I believe safety must come first. Even if you removed all 4 bays, as per the officer's recommendation, it would only increase the visibility to 53 metres, which is still 70 metres short of the Australian standards. So I don't see any correlation of removing any car bays, why that would make cars go faster. We all know it's a 50-kilometre zone in the metropolitan area unless there's signs to the contrary. So there's not a speed sign in my street. I just know it's 50 in all roads unless the sign says something different. You have a school across the road, so at certain times of the day this street should become a 40-kilometre zone, so they should be even going slower. But in the interest of safety, I agree with the officer's recommendation that we should remove these 4 bays so people can have a much clearer, almost doubling the distance of their line of sight to the intersection. Will it stop all crashes in the future? No, it won't, but at least it'll give the driver double the distance to try and brake and slow down over that period. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Any speakers for the motion? Further speakers against? No one against. No further speakers. Councillor Coley, you're right to reply.
I thank Councillor Lucas for his input and his views on this, and I understand it is an important issue in terms of safety. However, I'm asking councillors to weigh that up in respect of loss of amenity and loss of parking for residents who rely on their vehicles and have to park them somewhere, and as they've read in their objections, they have difficulty parking in their small garages at the back. So I'll leave this for council to decide. I think we can get away with moving 1 for the moment and see how that goes. I don't know how we're going to deal with a situation where you've got a curving road into an intersection. I'm sure there's other examples throughout the city, but I don't think we can be removing holus bolus parking bays away from the community just like that. Thank you.
Thank you. Those in favour? 3. Those in favour. Councillor Catalano, Kyle and Johnson. The rest are against. Motion fails. Move it for the officer's recommendation.
So moved.
Councillor Lucas. Seconded Councillor McCulloch. Anyone against? There is. Councillor Catalano, you wish to debate it? No. Okay. The vote. Those in favour? It's carried. Everybody, with the exception of Councillor Catalano. Thank you, councillors. Now move to item 5.5, abandoned shopping trolleys results in the Midland Trolley Collection Trial, and a motion from Councillor Jones.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I propose that the Council resolve to 1. Note the results of the trolley collection trial and the improved amenity of this approach. 2. Instruct the CEO to prepare a report to a future meeting of Council to amend the City's Consolidated Local Law 2005 and propose an appropriate fee to inform the 2022-23 budget process. Number 3, not collect the trolleys until Part 2 has been completed. And 4, note the reasons for changing the staff recommendation is that the City is not responsible for the collection of trolleys and the City should not cover the cost of trolley collection on behalf of the retailers. The City's continued collection of trolleys without fees reduces onus on shoppers and retailers. Trolley collection is a citywide issue and compliance should be a citywide approach. Thank you.
Have a seconder? Councillor Parry, is anyone against? There is. I assume we wish to debate it. Okay, Councillor Jones.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Okay, whilst the amenity in Midland has improved, having less abandoned trolleys lying around the streets, the City's collection of the trolleys is not the long-term solution. We cannot be held responsible for poor shopper behaviour. This responsibility lies with the shopping centre management and their tenants. The trolley problem is not localised to Midland, it's across the City of Swan and all other areas across the metropolitan region. The cost, as in the report, it's costing us, they're picking up
1,031 trolleys within a 12-week period at a total cost of, you can work that out, $11.64 per trolley. And the total cost over 9 months has cost the ratepayers $33,000, which is 3,249 trolleys only in Midland. We're talking about the City of Swan being much bigger than that. Staff collecting 80 trolleys per week. It's estimated that the continuation of this service will cost us approximately $45,000 per annum. So I ask that you vote against this. I'll be working with our staff on a motion to request Welga to take on this going forward, and let them fight on behalf of all the councils to ensure the liability to clean up abandoned shopping trolleys is in a timely manner lands with the shopping centre management and their tenants, and put penalties on their tenants to make sure this happens. Thank you.
Councillor Parry.
Councillor Jones basically took the words out of my mouth. It must be reliant on the shopping centre owners, and it's as simple as that. It's not a City of Swan responsibility. It should be taken care by the shopping centres, and that's all. So thank you very much, Mr Mayor.
Thank you. Speaker against, Councillor.
Question,
Councillor.
Yeah, question, Mr Mayor. I just would like to know how long the staff think it would take to actually put in place this new consolidated local law. I know it says about a year, but could they just confirm that it's what the time frame is?
Who wants that one? Ms Albright?
Through you, Mr Mayor, there is an extensive consultation period for changes to local laws, so I think it would take in the vicinity of up between 6 to 12 months.
Thank you.
Okay. Councillor Brodovnik, you're the first speaker against.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I'm going to say I'm so disappointed that this is actually being contested. I was really delighted to see that the trial was finally finished. It's such a big deal for Midland. Yes, I agree, it's not the city's responsibility, but the city can show initiative, and the great thing about the City of Swan is that it has shown initiative here. Now the city is seeking to introduce a fee, so ratepayers don't have to cover the cost. I agree they shouldn't have to cover the cost, and again, the city is being proactive here. Well done to the City of Swan. This is a great initiative, and it really needs to continue. Unfortunately, trolleys have become synonymous with Midland. That's a reality. It's unfortunate, but it's true. In fact, when this trial was first announced, it made it into the West Australian, it made it into Inside Cover. And they had a good laugh about trolleys, and they had a good laugh about Midland. How sad. How sad. Is this how we really want to be considered? Synonymous with trolleys? Mocked? I admit it was funny, but it was mockery. Now, cleaning up the streets of Midland is really important. I mean, here we are spending millions of dollars on the Midland Oval redevelopment. Surely we should spend a paltry fee here in comparison, cleaning up our streets. It would be a shame to spend so much money on the MORM and not continue with a trial to clean up our streets that has been relatively inexpensive and very, very effective. I've got so many comments from people letting me know where the trolleys are. I've got so many comments from people on social media when this trial was announced. They were so excited. It was such a well-embraced initiative. Why on earth would we be scrapping it? Why would we start a trial and get such a good result and then put it on ice for 2 years? We can afford to continue to do this trial. Please support the officer's recommendation. It continues to tackle what is a really big problem in Midland. Thank you.
Speaker for the motion. For the speaker against the motion, Councillor Scanlon.
Thank you. And like Councillor Brodovnik, I was really happy to see the staff recommendation. In fact, when I first saw this item come to Council, I immediately put in alternate motion. No, I want to continue the trial. And then, oh, hang on. I misread the officer's recommendation. The officers support the trial because it's been so successful. Now, the City of Swan promotes safe, clean streets. It has been shown through this recommendation to continue the collection of trolleys in Midland until the fee structure has been developed. We care for our streets by removing litter, cleaning pavements, sweeping the streets, removing graffiti and many other things. Dump trolleys not only make Midland unappealing, but they have negative social and environmental impacts, which have been well noted. There's also a safety issue with the trolleys. It's an issue for pedestrians, cyclists and motorists. Furthermore, and specific to the Midland area, trolleys can clog riverways, drains, creeks and culverts, which they do. And this in turn contributes to issues with flooding, which damages our riverbanks. Given the proximity to the Swan and Helena rivers, this is something we should consider seriously. Trolleys were such an issue for the community in Midland that people came to our annual meetings and asked for us to do something about it. And so we did. What a great success. Well done. So we've had a wonderful response from the community. I've had people calling me, telling me where trolleys are. I tell them about, Snap, Sense, Solve, do this. We'll get the streets looking nice again. So let's continue with this trial until we can get this issue under control. Many other local governments also collect trolleys, and many develop local laws to fine people for dumping trolleys, something which we will be moving towards, I hope. We need tougher penalties and regulations on the dumping of trolleys. We need greater support from the state government to manage this. And we need to support Walga, and we need to be lobbying the state government to enable local governments to manage this problem. Please support the officer's recommendation. Please keep Midland clean and tidy. We owe it to the ratepayers of Midland.
Speaker for the motion. Further speaker against? Councillor Congleton.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I came to the chamber with a mixed mind after reading the report and listening to the debate. To me, it's very important that if we do not collect any trolleys and they're left everywhere, God, what will people put in their shopping trolley if they haven't got a shopping trolley? They have to use bags. I'm being flippant. Because a lot of trolleys are left out everywhere, seriously everywhere. And this isn't just Midland. So if this fails and the officer's recommendation, I'll be moving an amendment to look at city-wide. This issue that we have, and I agree that there should be some changes to the consolidated local law that applies the penalties to the major landlords, if not the landlords, to the operators, to require them to collect their own trolleys. And it's interesting when looking at the results in relation to the organisations that the trolleys are out there for, is that Audi is down the lower end because they impose a token or a coin to be recovered when you take your trolley back. So I can't remember, a long time ago there used to be that facility where all the other trolleys had them as well, that you should be able to push your coin in and it all collect together so that this wouldn't happen. And little kids used to run around trying to get the money, if you remember those days. I'm probably labouring this, Mr. Mayor, but I just think that what will we do with hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of trolleys over 2 years? I just don't get it.
Question, Councillor Scanlon.
Beg your pardon. I'd just like to draw Councillor Congleton's attention to the officer's report, where it does show that Aldi does use this system. Aldi does use the coin collection system, and you'll note in the report that Aldi is way down in the list
Scanlon,
of number of
that's
days.
exactly what Councillor Congleton said.
Yes,
That's
you
exactly
said
what he said.
back in the day.
No.
I said that's what happens now.
Oh, I missed that bit. I thought you were talking back in the day. So, okay.
Okay, thank you, councillors. Any further speakers for or against? Councillor Catalone.
I'd like to speak against. I just want to raise a few points. It's not just a Midland problem. Actually, I was at Charlie Gregorini Park this weekend, and there was actually two shopping trolleys that someone had actually lifted up over the railings and dumped into that wetland that's right up against that park. So obviously shopping trolleys are being abandoned and being dumped in some ridiculous places, and, you know, it's a form of vandalism, and it's, you know, people have their reasons for acting in that way, but they do. And the thing about it is the streets, if the streets are full and our wetlands and our creeks are full of abandoned shopping trolleys, and we go, oh, well, it's, you know, it's not our problem, what happens is everyone gets used to it, and everyone gets used to it, and it basically reduces further our self-esteem, you know, in terms of the environment we live in. So I think we carry on with this, but I am in favour, and I am strongly in favour of penalties for shopping centres, or for it's actually those supermarket providers that provide the shopping trolleys, and they're all well tagged, all those shopping trolleys, so that ultimately, if those shopping trolleys are found on the streets by the city collectors, that actually, yeah, there are some quite heavy penalties put in place, and then we'll get the coin collection service that Aldi currently have in place right across the board, and then we won't have to be putting ratepayers' money into, you know, keeping our streets in order, and also, you know, making us feel good about the towns and suburbs that we live in. So that's why at this moment I don't think we're quite ready for abandoning this scheme, because it has worked. It's still not working perfectly, because we've still got shopping trolleys, you know, in ridiculous places. But the more that we have streets that are clean and tidy and are free of this menace, the more people get used to it. And then the next step is then to just start encouraging shopping centres and the outlets through fining them, basically. Thank you.
Any final
Question through you, Mayor.
question?
To staff, what further work is needed to determine whether we could charge the owners of the shopping trolley to pay for getting their shopping trolley back? What it says about further work needs to be undertaken. Could I just ask that?
Ms Albright? Mr Vanley? Mr Coaten?
Well, that would be, I think that's in relation to work in terms of establishing a fee for it. Yeah. So.
It says what further, I mean, we could establish a fee tonight, but what further work?
Oh, it would be determining the appropriate level of the fee, whether how much would be the cost recovery, how much would be a deterrent, finding out what other councils are charging, finding out how much a shopping trolley costs. You know, if we're charging more than it costs, they're all going to end up with us, etc. So work like that.
Just ask the CEO's got a comment.
So just through you, Mr Mayor, just to develop a head of power, which would be the local law, to then on-charge the fee to charge it. And that's what Ms Albright was saying. It will take between 6 and 12 months to actually get a local law through, and then the head of power and fee will be in there.
You're speaking for or against?
That's the question, first of all, Mr Mayor.
Question.
The question is then, as what the CEO has just said, we can have a fee established and a local law established by the end of 2021-22, as per your statement.
Through you, Mr Mayor, we're proposing that a consolidated local law and fee would then inform the 22-23 budget process.
The question was that as a result of your statement, you said that did you say that the indication or the plan was to have a local law in place in 6 to 12 months?
Yes.
6 to 12 months will bring us to the end of this coming financial year, 21-22. Am I correct?
No. It's now March and the financial year finishes in June. It's only 3 months.
21-22 is next year's financial year, Mr Mayor.
Yeah, so there would be in the 22-23
That's a
financial
full year
budget.
After the 1st of July of 21. Am I correct?
Mr Mayor, as we've indicated, I mean, it would inform the 22-23 budget process, and it would take between 6 and 12 months, and then it's got to go through budget process, council have got to endorse that, and then it needs to be adopted as part of the budget. It would be reasonable to assume that with those processes that it would inform and be included within the 22-23 budget process.
What I'm trying to establish, Mr Mayor, is, and my question is, can we do this in the next coming year? I understand what the CEO is saying, that we inform the budget of 22-23, but can we do it quicker?
I think the CEO said 6 to 12 months, so if we go 12 months from today, we'll be talking about the 22-23 budget, which is what we're saying.
We're talking about it, but we're not in that budget yet. Can I speak to the matter then, Mr Mayor?
Okay, you're speaking for or against?
I am speaking against it with a notice that I want an amendment to the officer's recommendation.
Okay, so you're wanting to speak against it, or do you want to move an amendment?
I won't be able to move an amendment until we get to the officer's recommendation. We're dealing with Councillor Jones.
Okay, so you want to speak to that? Okay.
Now.
But I think someone else is ahead of you, because I thought
Okay,
Councillor Johnson. So if anyone's going to speak against it, has it got anything further to add than what the others councillors already spoken, or we're going to have continued repetition? I'll take your word for it, Councillor Johnson.
Yeah, I'd like to speak against the motion, Mr Mayor, if I may.
I figured that.
So, councillors, there's only so many things you can say about shopping trolleys. But I think the point is that Midland is our strategic metropolitan centre. It's the most important centre we've got in the city. And until this trolley collection trial started, Midland was absolutely infested with trolleys to a point where sometimes you couldn't get down footpaths for them. They appeared to be everywhere. So when Councillor Jones originally put up the motion to propose this trial, I was very pleased. I thought, what a great idea, and I was really pleased when it got supported. Councillors, it reduced the number of complaints that I received as a Midland Guildford Ward councillor really quite significantly, because I got more complaints about shopping trolleys being abandoned all over the place than just about any other subject. It's been a huge success, extraordinarily successful, and I see no reason to stop it now, even if it is for 6 months or 18 months. I think the community would be very disappointed. Probably the retailers would be disappointed as well. But I think we can address that issue. If they're getting their shopping trolleys back for free and we tell them we're proposing a local law that will require you pay a fee, maybe you'd like to volunteer to pay a fee before we pass the law. If they know it's coming and they're getting a service, I think they'll pay for it anyway, is my view. So, councillors, this can be cost neutral before we even put in place the local law. So, councillors, I think the community want it. I believe it's a service to the retailers. It's our major, Midland is our major centre. I think we're responsible for keeping it tidy. So, councillors, I'd urge you to vote against this because the officer's recommendation is really good. It does surprise me there would be any opposition to it. Thank you.
Right, Councillor, I'm going to call time on debate now. I don't think there's anything more we can possibly add. So, Councillor Jones, you close the debate.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I hear what everybody is saying. In Ellenbrook, we have so many abandoned trolleys. In Ballajura, there's abandoned trolleys. If this has only been done for Midland, what about the rest of the ratepayers who are paying for Midland at the moment? It is only a Band-Aid. I was the person who suggested we do a trial. I am a bit disappointed that information hasn't actually started in the path towards getting a fee for these trolleys. I was a bit surprised about that because I thought that would have been included in the actual trial. So I think I can't disagree with anybody. I totally agree with we need to collect trolleys, but not at our expense. We need to collect trolleys and charge the people for them. The trolleys that we were talking about, the cost of the trolleys. The cost of the trolleys is about $40, $50, $60. We can't find out exactly, but the guys are not going to collect their trolleys. They have to pay contractors to collect their trolleys. Don't know how much that would cost them, but at the moment, ratepayers are paying for something we shouldn't be paying for. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Now put the vote. Those in favour? Councillor Jones, you might want to put your hand up. It's your motion. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5. The motion's lost. Those in favour were Councillor Lucas, Councillor Parry, Councillor Henderson, Councillor McCulloch and Councillor Jones. Now move for the officer's recommendation.
I have already given notice of the officer's recommendation with an amendment. Have I not?
Yeah.
Well, I recognise that.
Well, I need a move and then you can propose an amendment. So...
I also indicated as well before
indicated.
Councillor McNamara.
So I have a mover. Do I have a seconder? I've got a mover in Councillor Congleton. Do I have a seconder in Councillor Johnson's hand up? Is there anyone against? Now, Councillor, if you want to propose a motion, an amendment, now is your time.
I was in before you.
Move your amendment.
The amendment is, Mr. Mayor, that item 3 go as follows. Instruct the CEO to prepare a report to a future meeting of Council to strike a fee for collection and storage with a view to having those fees entered into the consolidated local laws in the following year, in the following financial year. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The reason for this is if we don't move and inform the people who own these trolleys, then we might as well be talking to ourselves here. We've got to tell them that we're going to move on it. We've got to inform them that this is going to happen if they don't get their act together. And that's basically it, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Okay. I have a mover and a seconder. Is that amendment okay with the mover and the seconder?
Procedurally, Mr. Mayor, as the mover, I'm unable to move an amendment to the motion, which you conveniently struck me out of. So there is a requirement that I was going to ask, Mr. Mayor, that it's citywide and not Midland-centric.
Well, there's 13 other councillors in the room that can move it for you. So, first of all, we've got one here. We're going to do it. Is it acceptable to move and a seconder?
I'm happy to accept that.
Okay, that's in. Seconder? Yep, okay, that's in. Now, does anyone else want to move another amendment before we proceed? Councillor Parry.
Could we please make it from Midland area to citywide, please, Mr. Mayor?
Okay. Is that okay with the mover and the seconder?
Happy with that, Mr. Mayor.
You are the seconder. Okay, now part of the motion. Is there anyone? Councillor Henderson.
Can I ask a question first? In regard to an appropriate fee, given that it probably only costs $10 or $15 to make one of these trolleys, I know what it costs to make stuff in China, should we not be considering and/or a fine?
Well, the fine falls part of your local law.
Per trolley?
Yeah, it would do, Mr. Mayor.
To impose a fine, we'd have to complete the local law stuff.
I realise, but the point is, if it's worth nothing, it's not going to work. So I'm trying to get to a point where there's going to be a stick as well, perhaps.
Well, the officer's motion, Councillor, is that we amend the city's consolidated local law, and that takes 6 to 12 months, and that's where that fine would become appropriate.
There would be a fine structure associated with that, or is it just simply a process?
Well, to instruct the fine, you have to amend the city's consolidated local law. Okay, so that's going to take a 6 to 12 months process. Mr. CEO?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, just a further additional comment in relation to that is any fee that we strike will need to be included within your budget that you'll be adopting within 4 months' time. Now, to adopt the budget with the fee, you'll need to go through the consultation process of adopting the consolidated local law, which will take 6 to 12 months. The likelihood is that you won't get that through for budget adoption. Therefore, you'll have to then amend your budget during the financial year to accept that fee once the consolidated local law has gone through consultation and then the joint standing committee, which will take a good 6 to 12 months. So therefore, the budget will have to come back during the 21-22 financial year. Thus, that is why the administration is recommending that to fulfil all of those processes, it will take to the 22-23 financial year to get that in place.
Okay. Got to move in a second. Is anyone against the motion? No one against? We carried. Now, councillors, we need to go back to item 14.13, which is in the supplementary agenda, which is the St Jude's item. Councillor Brodnick has been withdrawn for your motion.
I actually just wanted to add an amendment to it, to the officer's recommendation.
Okay,
so what I'm doing?
So you're proposing an amendment. Okay, so you're moving in the officer's recommendation with an amendment, which is?
Which is just to insert the include the colour bond or brick fence, the 2.1 metre colour bond or brick fence, and restore the damaged vegetation. They were the two aspects I wanted to add into the recommendation.
Is there a seconder? Councillor Scanlon. Is there anyone against? No one against. We declare that carried. Now move to bring him back in, yep.
Oh. Can I just say in that amendment to restore damaged vegetation to the degree, or just restored damaged, restored.
Okay, that's done and dusted. Okay, we now move to Part C. Councillors, depending on time, may have to call a time on Part C to deal with the confidential item. So let's see how we go with keeping our debate concise and on track. C 1.1 is Councillor Brodovnik, a revocation motion, intersection modification, New Bond and Morrison Road. Councillor Brodovnik.
Okay, so I give notice of a motion to revoke the decision of council made at the 17th of February 2021 ordinary meeting of council in regard to item 5.2, intersection modification, New Bond Street and Morrison Road. 1. Endorse the modification of the intersection of New Bond Street and Morrison Road to left in, left out. Note that a road safety audit be undertaken of the Great Northern Highway and Morrison Road intersection. 3. Advise submitters accordingly. The reason for the notice of motion to revoke is council should not endorse the modification of the intersection of New Bond Street and Morrison Road to left in, left out until the CEO prepares a robust strategic transport assessment for the whole of the Midland Activity Centre. Authorising the CEO to prepare a report to council on the feasibility of the planned road network layout in the current MORM based on an analysis and consideration of the strategic transport assessment results will help us to A. Avoid the type of congestion we are now seeing on Clayton Street. B. Ensure we have a connected activity centre to help facilitate the success of the Midland Activity Centre and the MORM as part of that. The unexpected location of the Midland train station at Helena Street will result in pedestrians entering the MORM precinct from the Crescent and Keene Street, making necessary a review of Piazza, Juniper Link and other roads planned to be constructed on the MORM. Main Road strongly urged the City to undertake a strategic transport assessment in 2016 in their submission to the advertised Midland Activity Centre Structure Plan, but this hasn't been done and this wasn't achieved in the Greater Midland Traffic Study in 2015.
Seconder. Councillor Johnson, you were probably first. Is there anyone against? There is. I assume you wish to debate it. Councillor Podovnik, you open the debate.
This revocation motion simply asks us to hit the pause button so we can take a closer look at the bigger picture. When we make a decision about closing roads or changing road infrastructure, we need to be very clear about the consequences of our actions. We're expecting to get the results of a study between Morrison Road, Roe Highway and Helena River, which considers the relocation of the train station, possible Keene Street extension and other known changes in the area. So it would be worth waiting to get those results, which will help us see the bigger picture. It's quite a bit of work that's going to be done here. We're going to build a road that will create another intersection at Morrison Road, and we're going to change another intersection at Morrison Road and New Bond Street. So it's important to review our progress 3 years on from when Council originally approved the construction of this road to see if we're on track. This motion seeks to give Council confirmation that we are on track and that the planned road network is still feasible. Please support this motion.
Okay. Councillor Johnson is the seconder.
Yeah, thank you, Mr Mayor. Mr Mayor, at the time that the Moorn was originally planned, there certainly was a traffic study done, but I don't recall reading that, when I read that traffic study, that it ever seriously considered the impact of the alignment of the roads in the Midland Oval Redevelopment Master Plan area and the impact of the alignment of those roads on roads in surrounding areas. The residents of New Bond Street and users of New Bond Street were certainly not expecting to find that the Midland Oval Redevelopment Master Plan would restrict their access to and from the road. So those are my main reasons for supporting this. And I think we need to also be aware there may be other impacts of the Midland Oval Redevelopment Master Plan road alignments on other roads around the area, particularly on Morrison Road. So for this reason, councillors, I'd urge you to support this revocation motion. Thank you.
Councillor Lucas, against the motion.
I was just trying to find the agenda item in last month's agenda when we discussed it, but I'm not going to repeat all the information I said last month. It was about a safety issue of creating a left in and a left out of New Bond Street onto Morrison Road. Because there will be another nearby intersection constructed in the near future. I don't think a traffic study encompassing the whole Midland Activity Centre, going as far to the other side of the railway line and where the new railway station will impact on New Bond and Morrison Road. This was purely to make it safer so traffic could not turn across 4 lanes of traffic. So once again, it was a safety consideration, and I gave examples on Beaufort Street where I'm more familiar with, where people can no longer, they've actually cul-de-sac some of the roads in Bedford, so you could no longer even enter into Beaufort Street because of the increase of the traffic. So it's a safety issue, and I believe the decision we made last month was valid, and we should not entertain the rescission motion. Thank you, Mr Mayor.
Okay, Speaker against the motion, Councillor Catalano. Sorry, you Speaker for the motion. Yeah.
Yes, thank you. The reason for this this motion is to not go ahead with the amendment to the intersection on New Bond Street, and that's only that change to New Bond Street is only happening because there's a proposed road that's going to be built north-south over the Midland Oval development there. The problem is that so many things have changed in Midland. So many things have changed about the premise on which the whole Midland Oval development was planned. So many things have changed. For instance, the train station is not going to be at Cale Street, as was originally planned. And Cale Street's not going to be the main street because there's problems with the intersection on Great Eastern Highway, Victoria Street, like in as much as there's going to be no traffic lights, there's probably not going to be very much traffic going over there. So the thing is that traffic is going to have to go somewhere because we know that Helena Street is going to be closed. So what's going to happen is that traffic coming up from the south over the new bridge and coming along from Clayton Street and coming along from Great Eastern Highway is going to end up on Lloyd Street. Now that traffic is going to want to go to Midland Gate, and perhaps that traffic will also want to go to Midland. The problem is that that is going to put a lot of extra traffic and a lot of extra pressure on Morrison Road. Morrison Road is currently a distributor road. It distributes traffic from other areas outside of Midland. Now, the question I want to ask Council tonight, and I want you to seriously consider, do we want the Morm to end up being a distributor road for traffic from Morrison Road to get into Midland Gate? Because the whole point about the Morm or the Midland Oval development is that we are supposed to be it's supposed to be about meeting state planning policy, which is about high density pedestrian precincts where people live, play, work around a traffic centre. It's increasing the density of people living in Midland, which is a great idea. But what we have to do is we have to make Midland Oval, that precinct, into a pedestrian-friendly precinct in order for it to be successful for Midland, in order for it to conform to the state planning policy. And we're not going to do that if we end up with distributed traffic coming off Morrison Road. So what the problem is that we don't have, and it's a bit like Henley Brook really, we actually don't have the traffic data or the traffic studies to inform that this particular amendment to New Bond Street, because we haven't. The last traffic assessment was done in 2011, and in fact, when the Midland activity, 2011, and in fact, when the Midland Activity Centre Structure Plan was advertised, Main Roads were quite critical of the fact that that was actually done. That was not up to date. There was another traffic strategy that was done in 2014, which only assessed the capacity of Morrison Road intersection, and after that, in 2015, was a greater traffic study. But that actually, Greater Midland traffic study, but that actually wasn't for Midland, in fact, and it was only limited to the Lloyd Street extension south. We actually, I have heard the argument for not having a traffic study done in Midland is that it's going to cost $200,000. But the problem is we are going to spend between $50 to $100 million of ratepayers' money on this Midland Oval development. What is $200,000 when we're spending $50 million? We've got to get this right. We've got to have this traffic study, and that's why we don't do any amendments to the roads, just like we're not going to do anything in Henley Brook until we know what we're talking about. This is serious. This is a lot of money. This is actually, we want the Midland Oval to be a successful development. We do want it to be successful. We actually want it to meet the requirements of the state planning policy, and we don't want the whole of Midland to end up like Clayton Street is at the moment, which is basically it's actually a salutary lesson for us here, because we do have to know what kind of traffic is going to be on the roads. Thank you.
Your 5 minutes. Speaker against the motion. Speaker for the motion. Councillor Scanlon.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, everyone, for considering this revocation motion. I would really like for us to consider this seriously and pause this. Let's get it right. We can create this left in, left out only intersection at any time in the future, should it become a requirement, should it be dangerous. There is little traffic that goes down New Bond Street, but it's essential traffic because otherwise they clog up the Morrison Road intersection with Great Northern Highway and also Lloyd Street, and it's I speak to the residents there. I used to live and work on and travel on those streets daily, and I know it's an essential route for people. So please, let's not change this yet. So we talk about the traffic in Midland, and I've heard a lot about the Clayton Street traffic because it is really difficult. It's getting more and more difficult to navigate Midland, and with the one-way flows on Grayson Highway, Victoria Street, the closure of Great Northern Highway, the new closure of Helena Street and Robinson Road, it's going to get harder. We are becoming a thoroughfare for traffic from the hills. There's more and more developments occurring, more and more traffic, and it was a while ago now that Main Roads urged the City of Swan to undertake a strategic transport assessment before we had these road changes, before we had the movement of the train station. So it was in 2007 that Inquiry by Design did the research for the Midland Area Structure Plan. 2007. That's a really long time ago. Council then adopted that plan in 2013. It's now 2021. A lot has changed. The concerns raised by the Deputy Mayor and I agree, safety is an absolute concern, and I know the streets on Beaufort Street that have closed, but Beaufort Street is hilly, and many of those streets could be used as thoroughfares. It's a busier road than Morrison Road. It's just a different situation. It's just a different road, and that's why we need a traffic study. I'd really love for us to do the best we can for Midland. Let's show the ratepayers that we want to do this strategic plan for Midland. Let's make it the best place it can be to live, work and play. Please support the revocation motion. Thank you.
Any speakers for or against the motion? No? Councillor Podovnik, I'll ask you to close.
I'll just keep this very brief. This motion is simply asking us to have a proper look at the bigger picture. It's literally a check-in before we proceed. The left-in, left-out option, it might proceed. I agree it's a safety solution, but only if the new junction road does proceed. And a traffic study will help us confirm if we're either going to continue with the MORM design or we need to tweak it after we get the results of a study between Morrison Road, Roe Highway and the Helena River. And again, that study is going to consider the relocation of the train station, possible Keene Street extension and other known changes in the area. Clearly there's a lot of changes that have been flagged in this area. It's worth having a look at. This motion seeks to give Council confirmation that we are on track and that the planned road network is still feasible and it's the best route for us. Please support this motion.
Those in favour? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Decision motion is lost. Now move on to C1.2, Councillor Kiley, Bennett Springs Transportable Cafe lease opportunity.
Councillors, my motion is that Council resolve to provided that the management order granted to the City on the sports field lot 1557 Bennett Springs Drive, Bennett Springs include the authority to do so, or subject to obtaining the necessary approval from the Minister, authorise the CEO to A. progress a DA development application to facilitate the accommodation of a temporary traders site and or site to accommodate a transportable building to be used for the provision and sale of food and beverage, in other words, a coffee shop, cafe, at the location to the south of the existing toilet block, which is accessible via the car park off Bennett Springs Drive and has access to water, sewer and electricity. B, do so with the intent of entering into a lease arrangement with an operator with additional responsibilities to keep the toilet block maintained, area kept tidy and established hours of operation. C, if the development application is successful, put the proposal out for expressions of interest, which of course would include consultation. Reasons for the motion: the cost of maintaining existing facilities can be taken over by a private operator. 2, the area is in need of activation and it would provide an excellent community focal point for a range of family-friendly activities. And 3, the City would profit.
Do I have a seconder? Councillor Catalano. Is anyone against? Okay, carried. C 1.3, Councillor Johnson, review of the City Relationships Committee.
Yeah, thank you, Mr Mayor. My motion is that Council resolve to note that a review of all the current committees of Council is underway, with reports being prepared for consideration by Council prior to the local government ordinary elections. 2. Prioritise the Events and Relationship Committee review with a report back to Council by June 2021. 3. Suspend meetings of the Events and Relationship Committee until such time as the review has been completed. 4. Communicate all matters which would previously have been taken to the Events and City Relationships Committee via a memorandum, Council briefing, or where a decision is required to Council. Reasons for the motion. 1. It is good practice to review the relevance and effectiveness of committees of Council on a regular basis. The local government ordinary elections in October 2021 will require the appointment of councillors to these committees, and a review of these committees prior to this appointment would be appropriate. 2. The Events and City Relationship Committee does not have delegated authority, and matters being considered by the committee should be considered by the full council. Thank you.
Seconder? Lack of a second, the motion fails. Oh, sorry, you need to get your hand up a bit higher, Councillor Scanlon. Okay, Councillor Scanlon is the seconder. Is anyone against? There is. We're going to debate it. Oh, say yes. Yes or no? Open the debate, Councillor Johnson.
All right, thank you, Mr Mayor. Mr Mayor, look, on the surface, the Events and Relationships Committee is a very benign committee dealing with the more pleasant aspects of council and city life. The committee makes decisions about such things as the mayoral dinner, the City of Swan Citizen of the Year, and this year the CEO's retirement dinner. Somehow these things have all got controversial. This year, in particular, though, we've seen 2 situations that make me recommend that we suspend this committee. Firstly, the recommendation by the committee of a spend of $10,000 on a retirement dinner for the former CEO. Now, councillors, we all know this committee has no delegated authority from council, so to put its wishes into effect, it has to recommend to the CEO that $10,000 is spent on his retirement dinner. Councillors, the only employee we have is the CEO. So in this situation, this committee got itself into a situation where it's recommending to the CEO that $10,000 is spent on his retirement committee. But the committee can't make the decision. The CEO has to make that decision. So that's a bit of a challenge there. Surely, councillors, that's a conflict of interest. Well, no, we've been told, because we're only recommending the dinner to a staff member who has the delegated authority to approve the $10,000 dinner. But in that case, was not that delegated authority not given to the staff member by the CEO? Would it be likely that a staff member would turn down the Events and Relationships Committee recommendation for a $10,000 dinner for the CEO? I think not. So, councillors, it's important to remember that under the Local Government Act, the only employee of the council is the CEO. The only person we give instruction to is the CEO. So if this committee does not have delegated authority from council, then surely it needs to recommend to council, and then council directs the CEO. That did not happen. That was an important step, and that should have happened. So that's one reason to suspend this committee. The second issue is the selection of the Swan Citizen of the Year. Well done to all those Swan Citizens of the Year. Selection is a great honour, and anyone chosen would be a community-minded person, as they all are. They're all deserving of the honour. Of course, councillors, such a community-minded person might make a great councillor. It's what you'd expect, isn't it? You would expect people involved in sort of community matters to be equally capable of being a councillor and equally capable of getting such a reward. But I guess the question is this, Mr Mayor, would it obviously be a benefit to a candidate in the October 2021 election if a candidate was able to say they were a City of Swan Citizen of the Year in their 150 words ballot paper?
Councillor Johnson, I am going to take a point because I know where you're going. Can you tell me anyone that's nominated for the 2021 elections?
Well, that's where I'm getting to, Mr Mayor.
Well, how do you know that there's a candidate received an award if the nominations aren't open yet?
I've never heard a councillor be interrupted in the middle of a speech. Questions wait till the end.
Councillor McCulloch just called a point of order, and I know where he's going, so I was about to call you.
Oh, there's no point of order.
Well, there is a point of order. Can you explain to me who, other than possible candidates, given that nominations aren't open, you're referring to?
Mr Mayor, I will continue my speech because it answers it.
If you keep going down that same path, I'll call the order again.
I'm getting to the point. Mr Mayor, I'm getting to the point. Now, councillors, the very next sentence it says here, now, councillors, we have no idea if a Citizen of the Year is planning to run for office. That's my exact point. We have no idea. And, of course, they might get the idea to run for council after receiving such an honour. Might they not? They might say, oh, now I'm the Swan Citizen of the Year, I could run for office. There's nothing wrong with that at all. But the question is this. What if the Citizen of the Year has already been a candidate in a City of Swan election and not been successful? Perhaps the second time round they might be more successful. Don't you think, Mr Mayor? Don't you think they might be more successful the second time round?
Again, Councillor Johnson. Yeah,
exactly, because it's the committee that appoints the Citizens of the Year. So for this reason, I think the whole council needs to be involved in these decisions. They are important decisions, and there needs to be appropriate and oversight. Would you not agree? So, Mr Mayor, those are the two reasons why I think we should suspend this committee and consider disbanding it. And I think you'll agree they're very good reasons. Thank you.
Well, that's interesting, Councillor, because your motion is to review. It doesn't say anything about suspend. The seconder, Councillor Scanlon. You wish to speak? Speaker against the motion? Councillor Lucas.
Just point of order, Mr Mayor. You're wrong there. Item 3 says suspend meetings of the Events and City Relationship Committee.
Your terminology there was suspend the committee. Councillor Lucas.
Sorry, I may have misread Councillor Johnson's point 1. Note that a review of all the current committees of council is underway. Can I just confirm that with the staff? So we're actually already reviewing all committees, and a report will come back to council prior to the next local government elections. Then why do we need a review if the review is already taking place?
Ms Albright, can you answer that question?
Through you, Mr Mayor, a review is underway and will be reported to council prior to the ordinary council elections. So
what Councillor Johnson is asking for in point 1 is already occurring. Councillors, if you're not on the committee, you may be unaware that councillors are ineligible to be nominated or for selection to receive a Community Citizen of the Year award. And it should all be noted that any nominations aren't submitted by councillors, they're submitted by members of our residents in the community. So obviously the committee sits down with all the nominees and goes through a process and tries to evaluate as objectively as possible who should be nominated for a Citizen of the Year. That's been the way it's been done for many years. If Councillor Johnson thinks there's a better way of doing it, then he should perhaps contact staff and suggest other alternatives whilst the current review is underway. I just happen to have it in my bag, the last agenda for the City Events and Relationship Committee in October last year. We dealt with more things than just the mayoral dinner and the CEO's send-off, and there's one other thing that Councillor Johnson mentioned. We dealt with having events for the lighting. We received federal funding grant for lighting at Altone Park and Kingfisher Park, the Dayton Neighbourhood Stage 1, District Open Space, the councillor's Christmas function, which we decided to cancel due to COVID, and we didn't think it would be a good look, and the city staff also cancelled their Christmas function. We deal with citizenship ceremonies of when they should be occurring. So all I can encourage any councillor now or in the future, if you want to get onto a committee, nominate yourself and the council will decide. But I can't see any positives of conducting another review while the staff are currently review it. It'll come back to council before the October elections and the council will decide then. Thank you.
Speaker for the motion. Speakers against. Councillor Congleton.
I've never been more appalled in my life, Mr Mayor, to receive comment from across the chamber in respect to the insinuation of bias. Absolute bias.
Point of order, Mr Mayor. That is definitely detrimental. And I've not.
I think that's where you were heading. That's why I tried.
Well,
to
no, this is the point. So it's detrimental.
Have you dealt with the point of order?
Yep. Carry on.
the words that were used were an active citizen receiving an award and then be able to use that award in the possibility of running for a council position. And there might be an inference in there, and I'll apologise to you, Councillor, if it wasn't your intention, that the Events Committee, in its deliberation on who should receive what award, did it for the purposes of a nomination for someone in the future. Because, and I would concur with Councillor Lucas, all the nominations are received from independent people, and there's not one person that I'm aware of, other than what came through for one community group, that I knew who was the author of the document. I don't think any of the recipients authored their own document. So I'm a little bit seriously taken back by, and again I apologise if you think there's some innuendo in there that that isn't there, but I feel that there was in some of your words, and perhaps when the tape is re-rolled and you can reflect on what's been said, or then if you're going to put in a standards complaint against me, please go ahead and do so, which seems to be, where things seem to go lately. I just think the committee acts in a non-biased way. It promotes things for the city and suggests a number of things for the council to adopt. And I understand there's a lot of comment in relation to the CEO's retirement and the way that was handled. It was pretty much a rare event that we had a CEO of such long standing in the City of Swan leave the organisation, and I don't think we'll ever see that again in my lifetime.
Thank you, Councillor Conklin. Here's a question, Councillor Scanlon.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I'd just like to ask for you, who sits on the Events Committee? Which councillors currently sit on it?
I think you're fully aware, Councillor.
No, I'm not actually. I'm not. That's why I'm asking the question.
I've got the minutes here, Mr Mayor.
Councillor Lucas.
The Mayor is automatically included on the Events Committee, as I believe myself, the Deputy Mayor, is Councillor McNamara, Councillor Henderson, Councillor Congdon, Councillor Jones and Councillor McCulloch. And as you'll be aware, they're voted on at the special election of council held after every election in October. Thank you, every 2 years.
Any speakers for or against? No, if there's speakers, Councillor Johnson to close the debate.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Look, I'm quite taken aback by the suggestion that greater transparency and fairness and greater involvement of the whole of council in making such important decisions is a bad thing. It's a good thing, not a bad thing. Councillors, I'm not proposing any change to the nomination process for the Citizen of the Year. I'm proposing that any decisions in future will be made by the full council, because that would be fairer, be more transparent, and there would be a greater representation of the community if 15 councillors were selecting it instead of just a small number. Councillors, anything that can be dealt with by the Events and Relationships Committee can be effectively dealt with by council through briefing, reports, and then a report to council by the staff. There's nothing wrong with that at all. It's a normal process. Many of our decisions are made by full council. There is no reason to delegate this particular group of decisions to the Events and Relationships Committee. So, councillors, that's my reason for this motion. And you'll notice that the review is already underway. That's what it says there. It says to prioritise the Events and Relationship Committee review. And it says to suspend at Part 3 meetings of the Events and Relationship Committee until such a time as the review has been completed, when we get a response from the staff. Who knows, the staff might recommend, yes, we should just terminate this committee and communicate all matters directly to council. So, councillors, that's the reason for it. It's about fairness and transparency. So I'm a bit taken aback by the reaction, but there you go. So, Mr Mayor, please put it to the vote.
Okay. Those in favour? 3. The motion is lost. Those in favour were Councillor Catalano, Councillor Johnson and Councillor Scanlon. Councillor Scanlon, for your benefit, the question you asked, the answers are actually page 19. Questions from Councillor Johnson.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr Mayor, I'd just like to point out that it's after 9:30, and bearing in mind there's still a number of items in Part C to get through. You said we must deal with the confidential item tonight. I'm just reminding you of the time issue.
Yes, thank you, Mr Deputy Mayor. I was about to do that. Councillor, now move a motion to go behind closed doors to deal with the confidential item. Move Councillor Congren, second Parry. Voting against. That's carried. We're now behind closed doors. If we could turn off the live streaming. And we'll resume at Councillors C1.4, Councillor Prodovnik, location of the 2022 Australia Day celebrations.
Okay, my motion is...
Just 1 second.
Oh, sorry.
Live stream, it's okay. Yep.
My motion is that Council resolve to consider holding Australia Day celebrations in 2022 at the New Junction, Midland, to help activate the new precinct and encourage more community events.
Second up. Question, Councillor Congren.
Can I please ask you, but your words were consider. The resolution doesn't say consider. The resolution says hold Australia Day celebrations.
Yes, we're tweaking it now to say consider holding.
So you're now tweaking it?
Tweaking it, I am indeed. On the fly.
On the fly.
Okay. Okay. Okay, so let's go back to where we were. Did I have a seconder? Councillor Scanlon. And
Don't second it because you can't.
Councillor, are you moving the amendment or what?
I've got an amendment there. Thank you.
My amendment would be to put in to offer the New Junction precinct to all event holders within the City of Swan as a potential venue.
Isn't it?
Well,
it is. Anyone can put their hand up.
But there are a number of events where they hold it in other places. There's car event stalls. I just make that offer to other event managers and the like.
Why? Sorry, I don't understand why you...
For the same to activate the new precinct and encourage more community events.
But that goes without saying, doesn't it? There's no prohibition there, is there?
Councillors?
No, only because...
Yeah, can the CEO just clarify?
Just through you, Mr Mayor, I just think with that amendment, it negates from the original motion. It's a different motion altogether. This is in relation to the Australia Day. Yeah.
Okay. Was there anyone against? No, against. We'll kill it. Carried. Now we go to C1.4. C1.4, Councillor Prodovnik. This is the policy collection rates arrears.
So that Council resolve to review the City's current process for collecting overdue rates within the next 3 months, with a view to creating a rates collection policy to be approved by Council. The reason for the motion is to ensure people who have their properties or homes flagged for sale over outstanding rates are advised a month beforehand of the specific date of the meeting the matter will be considered by Council, with instructions on how to address Council and contact councillors should they wish to. 2, ensure they are advised by the registered post to ensure they are notified and also told who their ward councillors are. 3, this will give them an opportunity to contact their ward councillors and address council should they wish to before this matter is voted on.
Seconder, Councillor Scanlon. Is anyone against? There is. Councillor Prodovnik, open the debate.
Okay, this motion asks for us to create a policy. A policy is needed because rate debt recovery is not purely administrative. As a council, we set the rates. As a council, we say how high the interest repayments on outstanding rates debt should be, and we decide this every year as part of our budget process. It's usually 5%, and the ESL on top of that is usually 11% applied daily. We also have the power to waive interest on repayments like we did this financial year in response to COVID. So the collection of rates is not just an administrative process. We are key decision makers here. If we're going to sell someone's house, let's make sure they get the memo. When we need to make sure they have we need to make sure they have the opportunity to front council and to be told the date of the council meeting. Now, they might not take that opportunity, but we need to give them that opportunity. That's just fair. Sending a letter registered post is just one way to contact people. And if you don't agree with sending people a letter registered post, this review will give us the opportunity to sit down together as a council to discuss what you think are better ways. We should let people know who their councillors are, because these people will need our help. If they choose to front up to council and plead their case, people don't understand how council works. The process is so complicated, we have mandatory training and there's a whole unit on meeting procedures. So people will need our help here. It also gives us an opportunity to hear their story and decide if there's someone we should advocate for on a council level or not. Our contact details are already published online, so why not give them this in a letter? Now, we do need to do a review because not everyone can afford to pay their rates in one hit. If people pay by direct debit or instalments, they end up paying more because these options have interest charges added to them. So what is our goal? Do we want people to pay their rates in full? Is this what motivates us to apply an interest rate charge? If so, do we let people know they can use online buy now, pay later services like Hum that allows them to pay their rates in full to the City of Swan without interest charges? Hum pays a person's rates in full to the City of Swan, and then that person enters into a payment plan with Hum. They're given 5 months to pay off their debt, they don't pay any interest, and it's just $8 a month. Should we be supporting these types of interest-free options that encourages more people to pay their rates off in full and cost the city nothing? Let's have that discussion. A policy should offer better financial hardship provisions than we currently do. Currently, the maximum amount of interest people in financial hardship can have waived is $400, and it doesn't apply to people who are behind in their rates for more than 12 months. Unfortunately, most people in hardship are behind in rates more than 12 months, so our current guidelines are no good to them. In fact, the City's Extreme Financial Hardship Guidelines, ratified by Council on the 5th of July 2017, is so limited in its scope, the City has only received and approved 8 applications to date. Actually, it has received 8 and approved 7. Surely we can do better than this. Our COVID financial hardship policy will soon be out of date, and it needs to be replaced with a broader rates collection policy that gives real support and clear direction to our ratepayers. This review is an invitation for council to sit together and have these discussions before we ratify a policy to see what we can do and what we are willing to do. Please support this motion.
Okay, seconder.
Nothing further.
Okay, speaker against the motion, Councillor Congleton.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm not against a review of the city's current process for collecting overdue rates. What I am concerned about in this motion is the reasons encapsulate a whole bunch of things in my mind that are almost like a resolution in the first part, number 1. So the reason for the motion is, request people who have their properties. It's ensure, which is a do it. The second one is ensure they're advised by registered post. It's a do it. It's not consider. And the third one is probably the only reason there for the motion is the opportunity. So I'm a little concerned about the reasons of whether this is to be included in the resolution of the review, or whether these items 1 and 2 in the reason for the motion they should be in the motion itself, because I don't think you can state a reason saying ensure you do this, ensure you do that.
Amendment, Mayor. Sorry, Councillor Conk.
So I'm concerned, to finish off, that it's inappropriate to have those things in that section. Bearing in mind, I think it should be up the top. And I've said earlier, and when this came to council of a similar form before Councillor Prodovnik, that I don't encourage and wouldn't encourage councillors knocking on doors to discuss confidential rating issues with residents or residents' families or tenants thinking, or whatever it may be, in terms of who are you, why are you here, because we really don't know where the owners are at any one time. So it's a bit messy for me, I'm sorry.
Speaker for the motion.
Amendment, Mayor?
Actually, I've got a question.
I'm just going to do the amendment if I could.
Let's just hear the question because that might solve it.
Okay.
Just so that I'm clear, a reason for a motion isn't binding, is it? I mean, it's just a reason. It's the actual motion that gets voted in. Is that correct?
Well, yeah, but I would think Councillor Congren's on the money in that because the reason's actually giving instruction. Because aren't you asking for instruction to come out of the review?
I am, but it's a lot more open, if that makes any sense. So I hear what you're saying, Councillor Congren, which is the ensure, which sounds like more of a directive. But I'm sure. But I mean, again, not intending that to be in the actual motion. It's just reasons. And again, it's open to discussion. It's not as fixed as it appears.
Well, I'll leave the amendment because that might be to change it, is it?
Yeah, the amendment I propose is adding in point 2 after point 1, obviously, and to include within that review considerations of point 1 and 2 within which currently appear in the reasons.
Clarification on that, Mr. Mayor? Just
Yeah, I think we need some clarification there.
Councillor Kiley, can you just repeat that?
So add a point 2. So consider in the review,
Consider, sorry.
as per point 1, consider in the review the inclusion of, as it reads, point 1 and point 2 in the reasons.
Yeah, I am a bit too.
So I'm basically adding in a stipulation that points 1 and 2 for the reasons need to be considered in the review.
Well, wouldn't you be better off moving 2 to read, consider advising said ratepayers, and the other one,
As long as the review is just really broad and there's open to discussion, it's not as fixed as my reasons.
and paragraph 1.
I'll make it easy. I'll agree to Councillor Predovnik's request. Just leave it as it is and put it, and let's go forward. Just remove the amendment.
Can you just change the regions to consider in 1 and 2? And that's giving broad direction. Mr. Mayor.
Okay, everyone. Well, why don't you add at the start of 1, consider, change insure to insuring, and at 2, insure to insuring. To consider both.
Yeah.
Okay. So after 2, add consider. After 1, add consider. Okay. So it's consideration rather than action directive. Okay. I'm suggesting it to the mover. And you happy with that?
Just a question though.
Yep.
Question, Mr. Mayor. If you do that, the reason still gives direction. Shouldn't?
No, it's consider. We've changed it. Consider insuring, and consider insuring is not a direction.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor.
It's
But
just
then,
to be considered.
But then, if we move these out of the reason, so they become 2 and 3, then it makes more sense. And also 3 also does make more sense. So we need to make 1, 2, and 3 part of the instructions to the CEO, and then there should be a new reason given, to improve collection of rates arrears.
Lexi. Councillor, this is just getting a little bit messy now. Councillor Podovic, this is your motion. You need to sort out what you want to do with it. Mr CEO might be able to help you.
Directional, it's more, you know, the intent of it is really to sit down and discuss. So I don't want to give people direction. I want people to feel some ownership and telling people. So that's working together on it. That's the intent of it. So if the language can reflect that,
And maybe it's worth removing point 6.
Point 6.
We remove point 6. It just gives
We
opportunity
didn't
to
get to
contact the
point
ward
6, did we?
councillors. It's more about giving them opportunity to pay rates and all that kind of stuff, isn't it?
Point 3.
Point 6, yeah. Okay, it should say point 6 there for a second, point 3. Councillor Lucas?
You want someone to speak against it?
Yeah, that's where I'm just about, but we're trying to get the motion correct at the moment, and Councillor Podovnic's trying to get on top of it. So are you happy with that? All right. Seconder? Okay, right. Okay. You've spoken. Councillor Scanlon, do you wish to speak as a seconder? Okay. Speaker against?
I've got an amendment.
You've already spoken, Councillor Congredon.
I did.
You did.
Been late.
Okay. Councillor Lucas.
Didn't the ding dong go now at 10 o'clock?
I'll get this one out of the way and I'll go.
I have a question for Councillor Podovnik. When you were going through your reasons and your debate, you were talking about selling people's houses. Do you know how many people's houses the City of Swan has sold in the last 15 to 20 years? So do you know the number?
It's not so much the sale of the houses, it's the fact that people get to that level and there's a big process that happens before then, and it's extraordinarily stressful for people. Hoping that if we can sit down together and have a look at it, we can make some changes.
Thank you for not answering the question. Look, I don't know if you've read the officer's comment about your motion. Staff do not believe this notice of motion requires a council policy. These tasks are administrative, and as advised at the January Ordinary Council meeting, such steps around the correspondence with ratepayers are already being reviewed and can be included in administrative processes. Staff do not recommend sending notification by registered mail, as you wish. These properties are well into the debt recovery process already and have already been served a summons by the bailiff. Some people refuse to identify themselves when they owe significant debt, and that's understandable. Some people require skip traces because they can't be found. Some owners are businesses and have been dissolved. Some owners have been deceased. And I copped an earful from a neighbour of mine when we sent a rate notice to a deceased person, her mother being deceased. Requiring a registered post notification could be fruitless in many instances. They would put additional onus on the city, as the letter would be deemed undelivered unless it was signed by the recipient. Pretty hard if a company is dissolved or a person has passed away. They're just some of the examples outlined for the staff not recommending registered post. What I'd suggest you do is sit down with the staff, go through the administrative process and get them to include, to come back to council under review, any ideas that you come up with. But I don't believe that we need a policy, and the answer to the question I asked you is in the last 20 years the City of Swan has sold 2 houses. So the current practice of recovering debt is actually working, because some people need to get to that shove or push point before they faced up to their financial responsibilities. So I can't support your motion. Thank you.
Any speakers for or against?
I've got an amendment, Mr Mayor.
Another amendment.
For clarification reasons. So my amendment is this. Where we've got reasons number 1 and 2, to make those part of the resolution. And the second part is to make the current reason 3, to modify that very slightly, so it says this will give ratepayers in arrears an opportunity to contact their ward councillors. So that's the reason. So number 3 becomes the reason, number 1 and 2 become part of the resolution, and then I think we've got something that's fairly clear. And I could support it. I think others councillors could too.
How's it standing now? Seems so complicated. Where are we with this?
All right.
Well, Councillor Johnson wants to add in, give him a chance to contact the ward, ratepayers to contact the ward councillors in arrears.
So if the minute clerk could let us see what the complete...
Councillors, I'd like to wrap this up because we're now at 10:05. So
Yeah, but we need to finish this. So can you shrink it down so we can see more of it? So I need to see the whole thing. Bring it down. Okay. A bit bigger. Okay, retracted. I can't read it. I'll have to get near. So the idea, councillors, was to the motion as amended would read, if I can, that council resolve to review the city's current process for collecting overdue rates, etc. And then 2, it would be consider people who have their homes flagged for sale over outstanding rates, etc. So that would be part 2. Then part 3. No, let me keep going. Consider they are... I cannot read it at that size. Consider they are advised by registered post to ensure, so that also becomes one of the resolutions. So I've got 3 resolutions. So the 3 resolutions will consist of the existing resolution 1, and then the reason part 1 and reason part 2 become resolution part 2 and resolution part 3. Yeah, that's what we're getting at. This is making it clear.
Mr. CEO's got a comment.
Mr. Mayor, it's getting confusing. I'm just going to recommend that maybe council just resolves to do the review, and then the components of the review can incorporate the detail that you're trying to articulate within a resolution now. Let's just get on with the review process, and then when it comes back, if the detail's not in there, we've listened to your discussion tonight, we've got a fair idea, we've got some really good reasons as to why the recommendation's being put, we can incorporate that and bring that back within the time that's suggested.
Simply change it to do a review, and the reason could be because it's due. Or, yeah, it's just simply let's complicate it. Let's do a review.
So I'm in the middle of amending it. So I'm happy to take advice. Do we go down the CEO's route, or do I go down there, fix it up the original motion?
Well, I think you're making the motion more complicated. Councillor Brother, this is yours. Are you happy just to say, let's do a review?
Yes.
And then we can deal with the detail. Okay. So you want to change that to that review and make a... And your reason could be that it's due in the current economic environment or something like that. Yeah. You've gone a long way around to get a review.
Yes.
You're right with that, Councillor Scanlon? Okay. So, councillors, we understand that Councillor Brosnan asks us just do a review, get it done. We all happy with that?
Big question. Have we still got the original reasons in there?
No, I think I suggested to Councillor Brosnan that you use the terminology that it's... Yeah, to consider doing a review.
Mr. Mayor,
economic
for point of order, I do have an amendment. I do want to continue with it. That's good. I'm happy for you not to accept it. So my amendment is we're taking, as it says there, make reasons 1 and 2 parts of the resolution by making them parts 2 and 3. And reason number 3 remains as the reason. So that's my amendment, if anyone wants to second it. So I think it makes it extremely clear.
Is there a second to that? We're going to have to debate it for another half an hour.
Well, Mr Mayor, a point of order. Can I ask about the rules and regulations sitting around 10 o'clock? We're now sitting at
I'm about to
10
try and
past,
wrap this. All I want to
10
do
past
is
10.
get a vote and call quits.
So
the regulations say that once you've started an item, you have to finish it before we can finish the meeting.
Well, no, we didn't, Councillor, because we actually carried over items and picked them up where we left off. Because the minute clerk says we're at, we pick up there. So, is there any seconder for that motion?
The amendment.
The amendment? There isn't. Fails. Councillor Podolnik, you're happy with that? So, with what you changed it to, is just do a review? Okay. Those in favour of doing a review?
Can I ask what the motion is?
To do a review, which is basically the rates collection policy.
And is that with the view of creating a policy?
Yes.
Collection policy.
Collection policy.
Can I just respond very quickly to Councillor Lucas? Yes, I did read the officer's report, and please bear in mind I've only been given 5 minutes. I could go into a lot more detail, but time permitting, I can't. So this review is an opportunity for us to sit down, and you can ask me as many questions as you like, and I will have the answers for you.
Councillors, put a vote. Those in favour, doing the review. Anyone voting? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Those against?
You're for. Yes, sorry.
4 against. Okay, I'll count it. Okay, put your hands down if you're against. Put the hands up if you're for. Doing the review. 1. Yes. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Motion's carried. Okay, councillors, now at 10 past 10. So just need a motion to adjourn the meeting. And my recommend. Councillor McNamara, before you go. John. Just come back. Yeah, just hang on for a sec. I just need to deal with the. Okay, to adjourn the items remaining to Wednesday prior to the briefing, if that works, Ms Albright.
Yeah, 6 o'clock.
Next week.
Through you, Mr Mayor, we do have TRC at 5 p.m. on Wednesday and then our briefing at 6 p.m, but this meeting could be held after TRC.
5:30, okay. Move that. Can I have a mover to that effect? Move Councillor Lucas, seconded Councillor Zeno. Declare that carried.
5:30 Wednesday.
Yep.
Clarify.
5:30. Okay.